Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome to the Great Big Gladiator Games. It's top 8 time. I'm Maria Bartholdi, joined by Benjamin Wheeler here at, which way am I pointing? This way, here at the virtual news desk. Thank you so much for coming along with us on this wild ride. We had more than 200 players register for this tournament. We played yesterday, and today we have arrived at our top 8. I'm so excited for this. Hey, Wheeler, what are you looking forward to today?
If I had to put it in one word, Maria, it's got to be magic. But if I had to pick a slightly more descriptive word, it's got to be gladiator.
Yes, yes.
And I think we'll get a lot of that. But can I be greedy?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go.
Because I want good magic, and I want good gladiator magic, and I think we're going to get it.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for this. We saw some super cool magic yesterday. Lots of awesome gladiator decks. Just in case you're just joining us today for the first time, hello, welcome along. If you have any questions about what exactly gladiator is, well, we're going to tell you right now. So Wheeler, what the heck is gladiator?
Thanks for asking, Maria. Gladiator is a 100 card singleton format. It's played primarily on Arena. And one of the reasons that is that the card pool is effectively everything you could collect on Arena.
Nice.
There is a limited ban list, a very small one. This helps separate it from historic in that we're okay with some of the, more cheaper, less degenerate stuff. The ban list is up there. Just 5 cards you don't want to see any time of day on your side or their side. And there's no commander. There's no sideboard, and the only companions are the ones that you put in your deck or the friends you make along the way.
Exactly. Yeah, we're honest here. 100 cards, and we meant it. Singleton. I think this format has shown itself quite well the past few days. It's only about a year and a half old, so it's really new, and it seemed super, super fun. So really excited to see what kind of rises to the top here in our top 8. We've got a crackerjack commentary team too, hanging out with you all day today, bringing you all of the matches from the feature match area, and we do mean all of them. That's right. We're going to show you every single match from our top 8. It's single elimination as well, so pretty brutal. If you lose, you're out. The winner gets to take home a great prize. But we've got Ben and Nelson here on our commentary team. We've got Serge and Amy. And Wheeler, you're going to be calling. Are you calling in the finals too?
I might pop in. I might do a little bit of an LSV.
Oh, all right.
A little bit of a speak over my commentators with, oh, wow, did you see that? I'm just pointing at the lightning helix that's in play.
I think that's valuable, though. We need that kind of thing.
I bring childlike enthusiasm to the table with just a dash of greed.
Excellent. That's our crackerjack commentary team. But we've also got some prizes that we have to give away today, too. Yesterday, we were giving away door prizes for people who entered. Today, cold hard cash is on the line. Cold hard cash. That's right. $1,000 prize pool here for our top 8. First place gets $400, which is pretty sweet considering it was completely free to enter this tournament. So first place going home, pretty good day here, and everybody else getting $50 just for making the top 8, which is awesome. Playing some great magic, winning some cash courtesy of LoadingReadyRun. Let's take a look at our top 8 bracket as well to find out which players made it all the way through yesterday. It was a lot of magic that these people to play 8 rounds, and here is our top 8. We've got mono red aggro, Death and Taxes, Sultai Control, another aggro deck, Dimir Control, Izzet Control, Sultai Serial Combo, which is just a bunch of good stuff, and a Mono Green Stompy. I love seeing so many different archetypes in a top 8. Excellent players here to make it all the way to our top 8. And like I said, we are going to show you all of these matches. They are single elim. And so we're starting things off this morning with Dogpool versus LMNOP. Let's take a look at Dogpool's deck. This is mono red. And Wheeler, you said coming into this tournament, you're a little surprised at the lack of mono red players who registered for this tournament. Talk me through Dogpool's deck here.
So mono red is a very popular archetype for a variety of reasons. It's relatively easy to pick up, fall in love with, and also just build on Arena, and it wins quite a lot. The problem with that, though, is that if a lot of people are expecting mono red, then they can punish mono red. And what Dogpool has with this build is a bunch of really small, smart decisions that lead this particular build to being just a little bit flexible. Stuff like Unchained Berserker, which is not a card people, not your every Magic player is going to be entirely familiar with it. It's a 2-mana creature with protection from white. I mean, it showed up typically as a 4 of in sideboards. We don't have those. And so when it's in here, hey, it's a 2-drop that attacks for 3, and you can't cast a Swords to Plowshares or a Lightning Helix targeting it. We have Goblin Shortcutter, which is another great little tech. This is a card that you're going to see it in a bunch of Goblins decks. And if you played a lot of Zendikar Limited, original Zendikar, you're going to have a couple of headaches surrounding this card. Goblin Shortcutter is just a temporary, haha, no block, please. Which, if you have green decks, be them mono green or even like Sultai decks, looking to hedge against the aggro matchup by just playing really large, just dorks, questing beasts, Elder Gargaroths and whatnot, and you just need to push that final few points, Shortcutter just kind of does that immediately. Other than that, we have a pretty low land count, which I love. I tell people always to play more lands in their Gladiator decks, and then I pull the red players aside and go, I mean, do you really need that 34th land? Do you really need it? Nah, go to 33. You got some double-faced lands to get there as well. Scrap Heap Scrounger is another card that I want to highlight real quick. It's just a 2-mana 3/2 artifact creature, so you'll be able to play it out easy. But I mean, it has can't block, but I don't think red players understand what that means.
No.
At least on their side of the table. And the activated ability to be able to bring it back just provides a little bit more recursion. It does require black mana, but because you're a mono red deck and, our pip density isn't as high as it would be for
great term.
Maria, I've been riding pip density for like half a decade by this point. It makes me feel like I've got the biggest brain in the room.
I'm stealing it. It's
right ahead. Go right ahead, please. Because of that pip density of, say, only one Goblin Chain Whirler, only a handful of double red pipped cards at 3 mana value, you can get away with playing some of these dual lands that also provide black. It's not that much of a downside when you have them, but when you do have them plus Scrap Heap Scrounger, no matter how unlikely it may be, you are just going to be able to operate on a dynamic that even opponents that are prepared for your deck they don't know what to do.
Would you classify this as one of the strongest archetypes in Gladiator right now?
Absolutely. It's a deck that its strength will, much like any deck, fluctuate from player to player and metagame to metagame, but it's the kind of deck that the real diehard mono red pilots will be able to pick up, make small tweaks, and they seem so innocuous. It seems like they've just accidentally clicked on some draft chaff at times with their inclusions, but it's very precise, and it's why we have 2 copies of this deck in the top 8.
Well, let's take a look at the other side of the table here. LMNOP's Death and Taxes build, which is pretty darn cool, if I do say so myself. Talk to me about this deck.
Well, first thing we'll notice, it's got 2 of my favorite things in life, a whole bunch of dogs and a whole bunch of birds. The birds are very important. No matter which ones no matter which bird we're talking about here, just having a whole bunch of evasive threats on the table. Cards like Kinjali's Sunwing, which I've been told it's not technically a bird, but
it's a dinosaur, right?
It's a dinosaur, but it's got wings and it looks like it could go caca. And so, in my humble opinion, I'll flavor rule it as a bird. Other than just being such a disruptive threat to hit the table against any kind of creature deck, and again against any kind of deck that's looking to
smash face.
Yeah, exactly. It stops the aforementioned questing beast and Elder Gargaroth to push through those last couple of points, or to allow you to catch up to get some of your more expensive or sorcery speed removal. But it also just hits for 2 in the air. And that is just very, very important. And we're not just looking for the disruptive birds as well. We will take just good old-fashioned Suntail Hawk variants. Healer's Hawk is one that I'd like to highlight because it's just a 1-mana 1/1 flyer that happens to have lifelink attached to it.
Yeah.
And that might look like a little bit of a nuisance for red, something that they can easily pick off. But because Death and Taxes also tends to pack a bunch of ways of protecting its threats, the aforementioned dogs in the form of, say, Selfless Savior, or Fight as One, cheap ways of protecting threats. If this bird gets protected and gets a bit bigger than a 1/1 through some equipment, through some buffs from other top-end cards, that could be enough to take the match completely by the... I was going to say reins, but I don't think you put reins on a bird or on a dog. So, well, maybe on a dog. But yeah, it's we're looking at a bunch of disruptive threats. Typically, mono white decks tend to do quite well against mono red decks. Okay. But we don't have sideboards. We don't have core Firewalkers or Kitchen Finks or any of the iconic groan-inducing cards that red players do not want to see. So there is always a chance that, depending on how the spells get weaved, we might have a grindier match than people would expect. It's the way I like to describe it is if you ask both players who wins this match, they'll probably say their opponent.
Okay. Yeah. I thought you were going to say both of them say me, but yeah, either way.
or that. I mean, it depends. It depends on their level of hubris, but I feel like the people that got to the top 8 here, Elemental P and Dogpool, they probably have a more reserved and calculated approach on, how their matchups go.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. We're going to throw it over to Nelson and Ben in the booth here to call our first quarterfinal here at the Great Big Gladiator Games. Very excited for our first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Maria and Ben. Hello, everybody. It's top 8 time. Oh, I am so excited. It's me, Ben Ulmer, joined by my co-host, Nelson Salov. How you doing today, bud? He's muted and coming to us from the Ghost Zone. Doing the oh so respectable thing of making sure that you don't talk over the people that are doing things. Let's take it again. Nelson Salahub.
I'm still here in a studio all by myself. Still struggling with this new world and commentating to you from the imaginary casting booth where I'm in charge of pushing my unmute button. So other than that, hopefully my only terrible critical fail of the day, I'm really excited to be playing some or doing some casting. Oh my gosh. Are the mute police on me?
No, don't worry. They're coming for me. But the trick is I fooled everybody. I've actually pre-recorded literally everything I'm saying, and I'm actually just doing lip flaps along with everything.
That's so smart.
It's the good way to do it. Yeah. Well, we've already had the full deck breakdown, so we don't need to get into it. But Nelson, I did want to ask, like, do you have like a horse in this race? Do you think that there's one deck that's going to squeak out ahead of the other or anything like that?
Yeah, emotionally, I'm a little bit concerned and nervous for Elemental P. We did get cast them twice yesterday, and they're the only player playing white in the top 8. So it's kind of like interesting sort of what's the right animal to describe someone who isn't maybe who might be behind on their chances.
I mean,
is it a horse?
Yeah, I would say they're
a bird.
They're the dark horse of this race, but
yeah.
But I mean, they're playing white, so maybe they're the light horse of this race.
Yeah, so
maybe the champion we deserve.
I'm also nervous a little bit about their deck list. Wheeler was just mentioning it, and we don't have the core Firewalkers or the little cheap protection from red creatures you sometimes see in Canadian Highlander decks. Also, not a lot of huge packages of life gain coming back, but their deck can still attack really quickly. So It absolutely probably will be a grindy match, and it'll be whoever can kind of get out in front and maybe get I think the each game could probably go to whoever can get one clean turn where they got to do much more powerful things than their opponent. And I think the matches might go pretty quickly as well. And I'm a little tiny bit nervous for LMNOP. But
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what happens.
I mean, we got to see them a lot yesterday, and they were cruising. So, without further ado, it is the first quarterfinal match of the Great Big Gladiators game. Let's go to the gameplay. And here we are, checking out what kind of hands we're getting with here. It looks like Dogpool won the dice, or I guess it's not the dice. Man, see, you can see how much AFR I've been playing. They won the coin flip. This, that as a veteran mono red player, that's a hand I like to see. What do you think of LMNOPs?
I think LMNOP is probably okay to keep here. This hand has lands and spells, and enough lands to cast both those 4-drops. I think I'm pretty comfortable. Maybe missing a turn 3 play here.
Yeah, I mean, well, and Wheeler touched on that card too. This card when they were going through the deck list, I do see that Unchained Berserker in the opener for Dogpool. What do you do? What do you do as the mono white deck against Unchained Berserker?
I'm not feeling good about it, let me tell you. There are probably some artifacts, and certainly there's at least a Faceless Haven in LMNOP's deck, so there's some chances, but being on the draw against that 3-1 attacking through any potential blockers that LMNOP might create, that's certainly very scary.
Yeah, well, it does look like they're deciding to go, well, all right, fine. I'll race you with this 3-1 of my own. Season Hollowblade coming on out. Dogpool responding with that Runaway Steamkin, holding up collateral damage in their hand. Let's see how this is going to go. Are they going to play down that Remorseful Cleric first pre-combat? Maybe having this extra target for any collateral damage that might be coming this way?
Yeah, tough choice here. I'm not sure if this Seasoned Hollowblade is attacking or not. It's going to depend how Elle feels about the race. Also, yeah, I wanted to mention, I think we are allowing the higher seeded players in this top 8 to go first, just like a regular paper tournament.
Oh, perfect.
I wasn't sure about that either, but we've had, I think, Paul or James chime in chat that we're going to see anyone who is in the top 4 getting to play first in their
great. So yeah, your typical tournament stuff. Exactly. Awesome. Well, that's good. Well, it looks like no attack coming out from Dogpool here, or from LMNOP, holding everything back. Oh, and that is going to be a Blade Historian on curve. This is now a pro-white 3-1 with double strike.
That's not great. At least the Seasoned Hollowblade not attacking worked out really well for Elle there, because instead of getting in for 3, they've stopped Runaway Steamkin from smashing in for 4. And LMNOP has their own evasion here as well, looking probably to get a bit bigger. Or maybe we just need to beef up the Hollowblade. I wonder where this counter's going, actually. Yeah,
this is a really interesting scenario. Yeah, I mean, deciding to go with the 4-5. Yeah, okay. 5 is definitely a good amount. Still gonna have to try and figure out some way to get around this Unchained Berserker, whether it be maybe from like life gain or something. Passing it on back now to Dogpool, dropping the Young Peasy, hitting that board. We're about to hit that critical mass of counters on the Runaway Steamkin. Do you just dump your hand at this point, or what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there's a bunch of good ways that Dogpool could play this turn. As you said earlier, that Unchained Berserker with the double strike really putting a extremely fast clock on LMNOP, and I'm not sure that there's a lot of wrong ways that Dogpool could do it.
Yeah, I'm going through the arena interface and being like, okay, which do I click first? And accidentally targeting the Young Peasy first for the damage, but looks like they got it sorted out. They're going to sacrifice Young Pyromancer to deal that extra little bit of damage that needs to go through onto the Lieutenant, trading off. So, I mean, I'm sure LMNOP is happy with a 2-for-1. Still kind of experiencing, I guess not a 2-for-1, sorry, because yes, we've got double strike. Yeah,
from the we were looking to trade Historian. There, with just 1 point of damage on that Bosri's Lieutenant, or the 3 from collateral damage is good enough. The Runaway Steamkin with double strike gets to just eat it. But the real story there is finding nothing for that Unchained Berserker. That was a very fateful, pick from looking at the deck list earlier when Wheeler mentioned that this Unchained Berserker is part of Dogpool's deck and pretty much riding that one card to victory there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deal with as a monocolored deck to deal with something that has protection from everything you've got. So
Absolutely.
we'll have to see how L responds in this. This also seems like a very, very decent hand in terms of, removal, got a little bit of threats. There's that Unchained Berserker once again in the opener for Dogpool. 100 card singleton.
On the other side, we do see the Faceless Haven from L. So if we can, keep the Faceless Haven alive and put it in front of the Unchained Berserker for attacks, then maybe we can have a more normal game.
Yeah, there will be something to get in front. So out comes the Silver Beak Griffin, which is just, it's so interesting to me to see a card like this, being played in a competitive format.
Absolutely. The birds are here to fly and peck at you relentlessly.
Peck at you forever. Yeah.
That's right. You just need some invasive small creatures and maybe a bone splitter, and that's the plan.
Now, interesting, Redain coming on out, which is actually really sweet. It's going to cause all of these snowlands that Dogpool seems to be running to come in tapped, slowing down this onslaught that seems to be coming out. All around, very, very good. We're seeing a Dire Fleet Daredevil coming on down, not getting that value of grabbing an instant or sorcery, poking on in for 3 damage with the Unchained Berserker and passing it back to L. L coming on in now with 4 damage and doesn't get the land to hold up for... Oh, and we're also missing the Snowman, I guess, for Faceless Haven too, hey?
Yeah, but with these interactive spells in hand for L, as you mentioned, and just getting to have the first turn of the game, the Unchained Berserker beatdown might not end up being the most problematic situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to get right on over. Like the race is certainly on in this scenario.
Absolutely.
Karizev's Expertise now looking to grab something. What are we going to grab? Decides to grab Redain, makes the most sense, and going to get a free 2 mana value or less card. Turns out it's Hall Monitored. Hall Monitors come in free, and swinging on back for 7 damage here. Do you block with the Tithe Taker? Oh, no, with the Raptor.
That's a trade. That's a 1 power creature for a 2 power creature. They both have first strike, so I don't mind that. And that was an okay looking turn for Dogpool, but still not the most impactful Karizev's Expertise swing when your opponent has more creatures than you and you're on the back foot. You'd rather be deploying your own creatures sooner and then having that expertise for a turn when you can possibly force a win or a terrible block. In this race situation, I think L is still pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, it's going one way or the other on this game right now. Bone Splitter coming on down, probably getting attached to that Unchained Berserker, make it able to attack for 5 every turn. So the race is still very much on. We see a Skewer the Critics in Dogpool's hand. So this is effectively the 2-turn clock. Well, I guess I should say Shalai is doing some much needed work right now. Can't go face.
You
Can't
have
go face.
Other creatures you control, and Dogpool,
learning that the hard
coming to
way.
grips with that, and then deciding how they want to play their turn afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, still in a decent position.
Creatures from being targeted by Hall Monitors, possibly a problem here.
Yeah, so currently right now, Dogpool facing down 8 damage on the board. Although there is also the risk of the Faceless Haven. I don't know. What do you do? Do you just swing in with everything and hold up Faceless Haven to block the Unchained Berserker?
I think I don't mind that play. You can even cast, if you can get to combat, like if the opponent doesn't have a burn spell for your Faceless Haven, and you can get to combat, then you can maybe give it Valorous Stance as well. There is the problem with this Hall Monitor. So the Hall Monitor does take care of the Faceless Haven block. Mm-hmm. So I think maybe just banishing Light on the Bone Splitter might be the play here. We have protection from burn spells as long as they don't kill our Shalai, and the creatures on the board have 5 power, not 6, and we have 6 life points. So, it's kind of like Shalai take the wheel here.
Yeah,
we have to hope that Shalai survives. Redain maybe can block. Ooh. Yeah, keeping that Snowland into play with Redain's ability is actually super impactful because now Hall Monitor can't also activate.
Yeah, looks like I believe wholeheartedly that was maybe. Oh, yeah, right. And the beatdown coming on back from LNNOP. Yeah. They are not going down without a fight. That seems to be the name of the game on this one. It's the swings back and forth.
Absolutely, and some really quick magic like we were anticipating earlier as well. We mentioned that, and that both those games, we barely had enough time to point out all the decision points the players are making.
It's going a mile a minute.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to remain totally unbiased here. No emotional favorite, but I do hope that L gets to play a game without an opposing Unchained Berserker. Although they beat it game 2, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they can just see those Unchained Berserkers all day and still get there.
Well, it looks like you might get your wish here, where at least we're not seeing it in the opener for Dogpool here. Looks like LMNOP mulling down to 6. Really thinking about it, maybe grab that Tyrite Sanctum. No, it's going to be the Eidolon. With open lists, it is noted, that Dogpool only running the 3 mana Chandra in their pool. Oh, and deciding to keep it. I mean, that first strike probably pretty relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I like having a 2/1 first strike on turn 2 against the incoming red deck.
And here's that Healer's Hawk that we had Mr. Wheeler talking about in the deck breakdown. I mean, at this point, it's like looking like it completely shuts down any damage that's going to be coming from the Fervent Champion as it stands, although that Bone Splitter is looking a little bit spooky. And we'll see what we get here. Deciding to attack in with the Healer's Hawk. We're going to see this Eidolon. We're going to hold up that Swords. Adonto Vanguard. Adonto Vanguard actually seems kind of interesting, but I mean, with all this mana... Oh, and...
all 3 games.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, Dogpool's got to be doing a little bit of a little fist bump there because, oh, my goodness. Every game, we're just seeing that Unchained Berserker. Yikes. It's a pack of 3/1s all hanging out on the board. Thinking about maybe trading... Looks like it's going to happen.
Ugh. I don't mind this trade here. We need to preserve some life and try to get into the late game against this Unchained Berserker that's going to wear a Bone Splitter.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's all you need. It's all you need. Redane coming on in. Maybe a little bit too late. Oh, Arnie Broken Brow also. Oh,
pretty scary
that's also
stuff.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
This is going to be all aboard the Unchained Berserker train. Oh my goodness, this is the card doing absolute work. MVP in this matchup for sure.
Unchained Berserker, why is it like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cards, that you look at as kind of a side sort of thing, but in a match like this, it's just an absolute house, just an absolute beating.
Yeah, we just drew a Fairgrounds Warden to try to twist the blade here a little bit. Redane staying back, we see that last turn. I guess that's trying to keep the Intimidator.
Well, it's got Vigilance, so we can still...
Right. Sorry,
still
did
do
attack
the
there.
attacks on there.
Okay, great. Thanks, sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's very much still a racing option here. We've got some life gain over on L's side with the Healer's Hawk deciding to say, hey, you know what's... not only are you a ghost and a cleric, you're also a coward. And here we go with the full squad. Yeah, Redane doesn't have a lot of good ways to block here. Now, we've got this path in hand. What do you think? What's the target on this one?
I think we're either putting the Kargan Intimidator or Arnie Broken Brow away. Arnie is going to potentially have more power in the future or immediately here. So maybe just the staving off the most life by taking care of Arnie makes the most sense. And the Intimidator only made the Remorseful Cleric not able to block, offering that trade with Redane. And so, I like the way this is shaping out. LMNOP buying themselves as much time as possible.
I really like what they were doing there, too. They decided to go with this plan of waiting to use their swords until they activated Arnie, because there was also the potential. I'm not sure how that worked. If they would have pressed yes, that would have just killed their Intimidator, wouldn't it? I don't actually know how that effect works.
Yeah, no, I just need to read this Kargan Intimidator as well. Sorry, there's a lot of words
on
these cards.
On Arnie, with the making it the same. But and while we figure that out, Remorseful Cleric and Healer's Hawk coming back in, we have a little bit of a race. But I mean, down to actually, I think this might be it. Do we have enough mana?
Just have enough mana to get through this turn. Unfortunately, it was almost a race. Gosh, this was a quick one.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, Unchained Berserker. Straight up just dealing the beat down. And I mean, we've been talking so much about Amonkhet and whatnot this weekend. Ramanap Ruins with the mono red deck sealing this first quarterfinals win for Dogpool. I think just an absolute great showing on both ends. LMNOP doing all they can really to hold up in the face of a card that is pretty laser targeted to defeating their strategy.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having sideboards is great. And then also sometimes I feel bad if your opponent just like rips the necessary in the main deck sideboard card, because that's how we build our decks in 100 card singleton. And then if they flop that one card that's so good against you 3 games in a row, it can hurt a lot. But you got to get lucky to get there. So congratulations absolutely to Dogpile, and both players fought really well. I'm hoping one of our next 3 matches at least is going to be a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was certainly the beatdown in either way. I mean, Death and Taxes, this seemed to almost have like a sub theme of like white weenies in a way of being able to go under, and we really did see that in the second match. But I feel you. I want to see a real grinder, and we've got plenty of Magic to check out in the coming rounds here. But I'm going to throw it back on now to Maria and Ben Wheeler at the news desk so they can do a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown of what we just saw. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ben. Yes, hello. Welcome back to the news desk. That was a quick one, Wheeler. But MVP Unchained Berserker for sure.
Yeah. Now, I kind of regret willing that into the world in some way by bringing it up and also mentioning Healer's Hawk, but not really stressing the equipment. Because that Berserker was a bit of a pisser, Maria, if I may say so myself. But at the same time, as much as that card did, it also had a lot of support by some very strong cards. And L wasn't out of that match or out of any of those games so many points. And it just needed a little bit of oomph. But sometimes the things don't line up. The things are a little bit bigger than the other ones. And that's kind of what I mean by how both players are probably going to be like, well, the other person's likely to win.
Yeah, well fought on both sides there. Commiserations to LMNOP, but a great run through this tournament regardless. And Dogpool advancing now. If we can take a look at our bracket again to kind of see where we're at in the shape of today here in our top 8, which is a single Elam bracket. There's Dogpool advancing with mono red aggro, but who will they face in the semis? We've got DeSalvos versus Kang Breath. This is Sultai Control versus mono red aggro again, the second copy in our top 8. Let's take a look at DeSalvos' Sultai Control list. Would you call this list kind of one of the decks that's a well-known quantity here in Gladiator?
Absolutely. Sultai is a bit of an interesting beast. We saw that, there were 21 decks throughout our event that were playing Sultai. And even with that in mind, the archetype breakdown kind of muddied the numbers. There was no one Sultai deck that really stood out as having more in attendance than the others. And part of that is just because you kind of just pick what you want to do, Yeah. Like if we take a look at these cards, we have, some standbys, some for sure. You're playing Sultai, you're playing this card. Stuff like Dryad of the Elysian Grove is a good example. The world's most vascular Dryad here. It does everything the deck wants to do. It helps fix your mana, which can be a little tricky at times if you have double pipped cards or awkward multi-pipped cards. DeSalvos has a lot of basic islands in here, 4 of them, in fact. And if you look at a lot of the pips from the cards, you're mostly seeing double blacks, a couple of double blues, but those are usually later in the day, later in the game. And so you want untapped lands, but you also don't want your mana to fail you. And the Dryad, no matter your flavor of Sultai, is going to help out with that. And it's got 4 toughness. That's huge. He just kind of sits around, blocks, and lets you accelerate up to some scarier stuff.
This just seems like a deck that's just full of all the good cards in Magic. Boom, put them together, boom, deck.
Absolutely. If you look at some of the cards that we covered yesterday in like the best cards of any given color, a lot of them are showing up in this. Emergent Ultimatum is it exists. It's kind of one of the reasons why Sultai decks are so popular and so powerful, is that they have this top end card that if they get to cast it, they can likely overwhelm their opponent or sometimes combo out and win. DeSalvo's here, their build doesn't have it only has one time walk effect in the form of time warp. And we're not seeing an Alrun's Epiphany or a Karn's Temporal Sundering. So it's unlikely that they are, trying to take infinite turns or, enough turns to end the game with this card. But that's okay. We've got some other heavy hitters that we can find, such as Liliana Dreadhorde General. This is a card, super powerful top-end Planeswalker that if it hits the table and gets to stick around, you're going to have a bad day playing against it for sure. She was a card that at the creation of Gladiator as a format was widely seen as one of the best cards in the format, if not the best top-end card for a lot of black or black X decks. And it's great to see her still sticking around. She's quite good with Emergent Ultimatum and a Vorinclex if the deck's running it. DeSalvo's isn't on Vorinclex, which is interesting. They're on a bit of a land sub-package. An emphasis on hitting your land drops, getting value out of that. And instead, you can't get it off Emergent Ultimatum, but this is a card near and dear to my heart, Maria. Yeah. It's the Gitrog monster.
You gotta get the Gitrog in your deck. You know what I mean?
It's the largest Thalia you'll find. Bad timing considering we just followed the matchup with LMNOP. Condolences. But this is, look at the size of this. My God. 6/6 Death Touch. That's Gargaroth stats. But even just a bit bigger. And getting to play the additional lands. Again, these decks are mana hungry. Getting to draw cards no matter how the land got into your graveyard. This could be from your Search from Azcanta. It could be from any kind of looting effect you may have. Any kind of self-mill that you might have. And yeah, you got to sack a land every upkeep. But that's okay. We'll figure out a way. Well, we can work around that.
Life finds a way. This deck seems really sweet, and it's packed with tools to, deal with mono red decks as well. And Hydroid Crassus there. We've got Uro.
Absolutely.
We've got early plays, Wall of Blossoms, etc. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the other side of things just to see the build here from Kang Breath, who is, like we said, running mono red as well. We saw mono red last round take down that match in the hands of Dogpool. What is different here about Kang Breath's build?
Well, Kang Breath not playing an Unchained Berserker, which wouldn't do too much against the Sultai deck in the first place, but instead has a couple of other difficult to deal with threats. There's no Black Splash for the Scrap Heap Scrounger, and in fact, no Scrap Heap Scrounger. Instead, we have cards like Flame Skull, a new addition from AFR. Yeah,
I love this guy. This is his voice. I'm Flame Skull. Don't you think?
Okay, let me take a crack at that impression.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Flame Skull. Nice to meet you.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
And I couldn't do it without the confidence boost. And speaking of boosting, this card will boost your win percentage. Haha. Good one, Ben. In that it's got 3 power, it's got flying, it's going to hit hard. And if it dies, who cares? Red players usually don't care when their creatures die anyways. It's brutal, in fact. But this one just fuels you with more gas. And sometimes, if that gas ain't enough, just play Flame Skull again. So we see an ability to go over the top instead with this card, as well as cards like Relic Robber. Relic Robber is a funny one. Let's call it that. It is very good. It kills people dead, and that's probably your primary objective when you're playing a mono red deck. Relic Robber manages to poop out a bunch of little pesky artifact tokens.
And I think that is a technical magic term, poop.
I got clearance from my uncle Mark Rosewater, and he said we're good to go.
Good.
And
I can't wait to keyword it, but continue.
Mark your calendars, 2034. Relic Robber making tokens that they can't block, so that's great. That means my Relic Robber can keep it attacking, and these tokens also just ping the controller, which is going to be your opponent, for 1 each turn. That's extremely annoying. There is a bit of a downside for the tokens, however. These creatures can attack, meaning that if you find a way to modify their power, you can crack in with a couple of floating goblin heads. They also provide bodies and permanents that can be sacrificed, which makes this card a little tricky in certain matches. But for something like Sultai, wow, is it annoying. If this card hits the table on a turn that, say, DeSalvos has cast like a Cultivate, or has just decided to play a tap land and keep up, a card draw spell, this can run away with the game. Another card that can run away with the game, and we saw it do quite a bit of damage yesterday, is Spiteful Prankster. This is a card from Jumpstart. It's one of the reasons why I can't in good faith recommend somebody sleeve up Power Word Kill from AFR in this format. You got to be very particular with the kind of removal that you play, and yet you need a bunch more removal than you'd expect. But a devil like this, it's going to cause you problems. It has First Strike when it attacks, which is neat. And really annoying, if I may say so myself. But the real stinger is that it says whenever another creature dies, you get to deal 1 damage to target player or planeswalker.
I love it.
Another creature, not one you control, which means if your opponent has to chump block, if your opponent tries to reduce your board presence as the red player by trading creatures, trading tokens, they are still going to take a whole bunch of hurt. Just a bunch of hurt. If they try to blow up the board through a Wrath of God effect, congratulations, you just took 4 damage, and my Flame Skull is now just chilling in exile. So, yeah, a lot of not as many absolute groan cards like Unchained Berserker, but certainly a lot of threats here that will catch people off guard and provide a little bit of redundancy and a little bit of recursion, if you will.
Yeah, this will be really cool to see this deck in action, especially compared to Dogpool's build from our first quarterfinal. Will Sultai Control be able to control the matchup, or will King Breath breathe fire so heavy that they just can't stop the mono red aggro deck? We'll find out after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our second quarterfinal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Great Big Gladiator games here on the Loading Ready Run Network. I'm Ben Ulmer, and joining me is my good old co-host, Nelson Salab.
Actually, no, thanks for calling the Lost Mines of Fandelver Hotel, Resort, and Casino. My name is Flameskull. How may I help you?
And we are about to do the second quarterfinals match here in the top 8. I'm really, really excited. We've got yet another mono red aggro deck. Try close to my heart. Love the archetype so very much. Up against a Sultai control deck. How do you feel about this matchup, Nelson?
Well, I feel a little bit of a pang of the way the cards sort of fell here. We have 2 mono red aggro players in the top 8, and the one that sleeved up Unchained Berserker got it in their match where it counted, and the other one said, "No, I don't need that." And instead, I'll play the Relic Robber. And, I'm hoping that our Sultai deck doesn't just get completely run over. I think Relic Robber, it's neat seeing from the first match, the 2-mana 3/1 when attacking, into the the 3-mana 2/2 haste, it's like even a little bit more situational to get those points of damage in against the control deck, even a little bit more narrow. But I'm nervous for another telling of a story like the last round. So I hope we get some fun and interactive matches. And once again, honestly, I think the red deck is probably a little bit more advantaged going into the round.
All right. Well, I mean, let's open up that book and see how this story is going to play out. We are into the quarterfinals match number 2. DeSalvos rocking that Sultai control up against Kangbreath, A+ username, by the way, on that mono red aggro. And that's a Scarab God. That's a Casualties of War. There's a lot of spice in this hand. What do you think as a keep against mono red, though?
It's a little scary, although we're on the play. So we can go tap land, cultivate. Our opponent will have had 3 turns, and then we're going to untap with 5 mana and hope to stabilize on that Scarab God. It's reasonable. I think I would probably keep on the play.
And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Meanwhile, over on Kangbreath's side, we've got a Shock, a Conspiracy Theorist, a Plarg, and a Hungry Flames. Hungry Flames maybe not as relevant in a matchup like this, but I mean there are some low drops here, and looks like that's the plan. Looks like that's what they're going to keep, leading out with a land from each side. No 1-drops or anything like that, and we're seeing some emote love. You gotta love it.
No 1-drops is pretty good for the Sultai deck here. I think that's really relevant that that Kangbreath didn't draw a 1-drop to play on their first turn.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, seeing a 2/2 on turn 2, also probably okay with something like that. Cultivate, and this hand probably feeling a lot better. Getting to ramp here now. Looking, and gotta say, I've been loving the basic land choices that everyone's been making using these flavor lands or these setting lands from AFR.
Right. the DM screen lands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Back
like
over now. That was a heck of a draw, I would say, on the other side here. Anax looking really, really good. Always feels good to resolve that on turn 3, but Scarab God coming down, that's not what we want to see. And interestingly enough, Anax actually makes that Casualties of War in DeSalvos' hand look probably even spicier.
Yep. DeSalvos drawing all the lands they need, as well as the Time Warp we saw there. So looking to get that Casualties of War off soon, and not facing absolutely the most pressure from Kangbreath. So I'd say this is a pretty decent spot for DeSalvos, even though they are, going to lose their Scarab God to a trick.
That's the thing, though. The Scarab God gets to come right on back, but Kangbreath, you know what, not slowing down, deciding, all right, I mean, if you want to spend another turn playing that, you go for it. And I mean, once again, the Casualties of War, not feeling as scary now at this point, and there's a real threat going on down on the board. But looks like DeSalvos is totally fine with just replaying the 5/5 once again. No land drops, just more gas for Kang, and they're probably okay with that. Although I could see them probably wanting that extra land, and looks like they're doing it again.
Yeah, they're chipping in. I mean, they're getting the damage through here. Trading these creatures with a bonus spell of either a pump spell or a burn spell to take out that Scarab God. It is resulting in 4 points of damage the last 2 turns each. So this is progress from the red player. It's just not progress at the rate that we're certain is going to get past all of the powerful things that DeSalvos is doing.
Yeah, I mean, from the hand that Kangbreath has been having, it does look like they are able to continue, even with that Infuriate, do a similar play each turn. But at a certain point, the 2-for-1s are probably not going to feel as good. But looks like now DeSalvos is going, all right, if I want to replay the Scarab God, I've got enough mana to actually see if it's the correct play to go, or maybe I just want to Time Warp. They're sending in that Agonizing Remorse. What do you take out of their hand in this one?
I think actually the Infuriate might be the scariest card that's being held by Kangbreath right now. Obviously, Chandra could be a card they have a tough time dealing with, but they've got a Maelstrom Pulse in hand, the very worst. So, it's just a question of whether they think that the burn spell or the extra 1-drops, Planeswalker, or the pump spell are going to deal the most. But I'm the most worried about Infuriate. Okay, looks like they agree.
Yeah, I mean, Infuriate is their last little piece that they can use to continue to trade like this. But, I mean, a Skewer off the top, not bad either. Obviously, probably would prefer to be sending a lot of these towards the face. Maybe we're going to see a Plarg or just maybe a setup here. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure what DeSavlos is thinking. I guess just trying to get a turn that we can untap ever with the Scarab God is what they're waiting for before they fire off that time warp or try to get the casualty war going. This conspiracy theorist attack, pretty relevant, digging towards the necessary fourth land to play their extra threats.
Yeah, and getting that value off of conspiracy theorist, Rigging Runner being able to come right on back always, I imagine, feels pretty good. Deciding to use that skewer once again, getting rid of Scarab God, really continuing just to push that damage in, and that Rigging Runner getting to come out as a 2/2 probably feels pretty good. There's a card that was drawn that's very, very near and dear to my heart. It's the big Hazaret Mom. We'll see if they're gonna able to close it out, maybe using something like that. I mean, they've been a little bit lower on the land drops, getting that 4/1, and we know that they are light on the lands on this deck. What do you do if you're into Savos's position right now?
Well, we just drew an Erebos' Intervention, which I think could be a really powerful play for kind of getting us into a comfortable spot in this game. Now, I believe, if I'm remembering all the words on this card, we can kill a creature and gain life with this card. Yeah, so at instant speed for X and a black, we can look to gain, up to as many lands as we have, -1 in life, which is really worthwhile here. Kangreth has spent a lot of their resources to chip DeSavlos down to 7 with all those extra spells, trading up for Scarab God and all the creatures on the board, pushing through and doing chump attacks. But this Erebos' Intervention could really swing the power of the game back towards DeSavlos, and now up to 10 life.
Yeah, bringing down Kangreth to only 1 threat on the board and getting 3 life back is a little bit of a harsh beats for Kang. And once again, not getting that 4th land, getting a runaway Steamkin is able to maybe pump out that little bit of extra mana that they need. But then the Hydroid Crisis, this is usually where the mono red player heaves a big sigh of regret or sadness. But there's that 4th land now. But that was a big life point swing, and a 5/5 is nothing to shake a stick at.
Getting those 2 cards off the top, the last 2 turns for DeSavlos that say gain life on them, really big deal. Having gained, I think, 3 life from Erebos' Intervention, and then another 2 life from the Hydroid Crisis. That would put DeSavlos almost dead to this Chandra activation here. Instead, just once again, it's going to be some damage and blocking a creature to trade off whatever large threat DeSavlos has deployed. And they're almost at the spot now where they can go, 2 spells in a turn. They really would love to have a time warp plus something, literally anything.
Yeah, I mean, the hanging on to the casualties of war, getting huge value there.
Monster casualties of war there.
And being able to cast down that spiteful prankster definitely feels now that the advantage muffin is turned, and now the Scarab God is here to play with so many friends that it can bring out of the graveyard to do some shenanigans. So
looks
we're gonna maybe see its real
thinking
power
about that right now. Yeah, thinking about activating the Scarab God, or maybe waiting.
Yeah, electing to not toss down the sad robot. We see a young Peasy over on Kangreth's side. I mean, even then, like the Torment of Hellfire that has been in the hand since the beginning of the game.
I wanted to
better and better.
The match started real quick there, but I wanted to mention during Wheeler's discussion of this deck, he pointed out that Sultai Ultimatum is kind of the card that we tend to see these Sultai Control, Sultai Midrange, Sultai Ramp decks all kind of focusing on for the late game. But I noticed during that news desk segment that the DeSavlos is also rocking a Torment of Hailfire. So this is kind of like a Fireball Plus available to black decks, black, and X. If you're familiar with Commander decks, this one's pretty popular and also getting to show up here in the 1v1 format. The opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discarded cards X times.
Yeah, and when they're at this few permanents, non-land permanents, that's a pretty scary one. And speaking of scary, we're seeing Scarab God bring Anax out of the graveyard, making it stronger than it ever was. We have a 4/4 Anax over on DeSavlos' side, and then deciding, you know what? Also, I'm going to time warp and play a sad robot, so we're going to get to hit in again. Kangreth was once at 19 life, and now they are had a very different total.
Yeah, this one's all over but the crying, like we like to say sometimes in my play
Looks
group.
like we're gonna see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quick game, really well played by both players. I really like the way that Kangbreath kept that Scarab God off the table, forcing the Savlos to spend their turn recasting it, untapping with the Scarab God. Absolute nightmare as the mono red player if your opponent gets to do that. So I liked the way that they were throwing away their creatures, pushing in as much damage as they could, and eventually just finally getting stopped cold by that Casualties of War. But really, really, really good effort by Kangbreath.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked like they were very much in the control seat based on what they were doing, and it just they got stymied by drawing their 4 drops, but not the the fourth land. That really, really did hinder them. But looks like we are just away to the races right away.
Kangbreath making a bit of a misstep there. They're trying to point out with that Den of the Bugbear still in hand and a mountain on the table.
Oh, yeah. Well, is it 2 or less?
I think it's 2 other lands, and then it comes into play tapped. Let's just bring it down.
Bummer. Yeah, that's a bad vibe. But I mean, still a decent card. Probably would have liked to have that down earlier so they can see this Relic Robber that was talked about. But I mean, we are seeing the turn 2 Runaway Steamkin, which needs to get answered right quick. So they elect to go with the cast down.
And
out
here
comes Relic Robber.
We were worried about it. It didn't show up game 1, but here it is game 2 now. Disabolos has some cards in their deck that can destroy their own creature and some sacrifice outlets. It's not a death sentence to have a 0/1 that pings you every turn. They also can deal huge chunks of damage, so they might just have to race and deal with this. So there's some outs, but that 0/1 Goblin Head that deals damage to them every turn is relevant. It's relevant in this match for sure.
Yeah, well, they managed to at least get one out before...
Send a message, maybe? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, love it. You gotta love it. And
yeah, who
my goodness!
Wayward
Guide Beast. This is a card that is subject of a lot of conversation, I would say, certainly for mono red decks. Getting on in for 2, probably bouncing this land that they tapped and just... bringing out a Plarg and Den of the Bugbear coming on out finally, since they don't really have to worry about it, and the damage is coming on through. This is seeming pretty good for Kangbreath right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Kangbreath having a very decent game, but Disabolos definitely not out yet. I do like that Wayward Guide Beast got to kind of help us trick our mana, sort of, so that the Den of the Bugbear doesn't look as bad, and the way that the spells kind of rolled out for Kangbreath, that 1 tap land wasn't too much of an issue.
And Dryad coming on out for Disabolos, hoping to kind of be a giant booty. That thick Dryad getting in the way of Kangbreath's plans, but Lava Coil able to just nicely deal with that, send it into the exile, so there's no way that it's coming back, because we see a couple of graveyard recursion cards, and it's a pretty spicy handover on Disabolos' side, but they're facing down about like a constant 1 damage a turn, and then 5 coming on in on this last one, and we're seeing a Rampaging Ferocidon over on Kangbreath's side. So this is a lot of incremental damage, Nelson.
Yeah, the Ferocidon. Sorry, I'm trying to do the quick math on whether that would have been in play if we didn't have to pay the tax on the Wayward Guide Beast. I think it's like 2 lands have come back from Wayward Guide Beast now. So I think that Rampaging Ferocidon is paying the cost of getting in for 4 with this Guide Beast, but it seems like it's working out okay for this match at least. The Ferocidon's ability is also extremely powerful, preventing your opponent from gaining life while the Ferocidon's on the table, as well as making them take damage for each one of their blockers they want to put out. So really interesting in-game choices here, whether or not to deal the damage this turn and with the Wayward Guide Beast and how to play it out.
Yeah, I certainly would have liked to have that anti-life gain out against that Erebos' intervention. But, I mean, they are able to go ahead and just replace one of the Plarg with the Rampaging Ferocidon, which probably a much better threat. And we're still seeing a lot of really, really good action cards in this scenario over on Kangbreath's side. On-Crop Crasher going to be able to get things out of the way and sneak in some more damage, and Risk Factor gets even more and more scary the lower Disabolos is. And a lot of the cards over on Disabolos' side, they're really only able to drop 1 threat at a time.
Yeah, it's just been too long for Disabolos not to get their 4th land here, unfortunately. It was... They put up a good fight with their interactive spells, but it just wasn't enough. And that on Crop Crash there, preventing even the chump block from the Mana Dork. But I mean, if that Mana Dork from Ravnica Allegiance does manage to block, it's still just as bad for Disabolos because they really need the mana off of that.
Yeah, that's we've seen a little bit of an unfortunate mana screw on both sides. Now, I mean, obviously, a little less of a problem for the mono red deck. Definitely, you know, Sultai control wanting to hit those more, and we're seeing some action, some really good action over, honestly, on Disabolos' side. That the mana is probably not going to be an issue. And we're seeing a mold down to 6 for Kangbreath. Deciding, do I want to throw this Claim the Firstborn under the deck? Probably, yeah. And oh no. Oh, they're thinking about it. Annex, Claim the Firstborn. Am I going to get that third land? We've seen a lot of screw, but I mean, the Fire's Prophecy probably smooths that out, eh?
I like it. I think it's fine to put that Claim the Firstborn on the bottom. There are plenty of hits, and maybe Kangbreath was taking a moment there to just quickly review Disabolos' list and try to decide whether that Claim the Firstborn was better than any of the other cards in hand. I'm like a tiny bit worried about this Akum Hellhound. You know, we've got a Fire Prophecy. we want to draw into more lands anyway, but you know,
a Akum Hellhound in a list that's running very few land.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Kangbreath might have the fewest lands of any deck today, even possibly fewer lands than any other deck in the Gladiator tournament. I believe they went down from 33 to even 32.
Oh my goodness!
I was trying to count on that on the slide earlier. So yeah, Akum Hellhound still a great 1-drop. You know, even if it only gets in for 4.
Well, I mean, the Fire's Prophecy, as we said, smoothing it out a little bit, getting to get rid of that Mana Dork and drawing themselves into a snow-covered mountain, so they are going to be able to hit that third land drop. Akum Hellhound's still going to be able to do work, and they're likely going to be able to play that on-curve Annex. And seeing a Fauna Shaman from the Scry off the Temple of Mystery over for Disabolos.
Yeah, everything just lining up kind of perfectly for Kangbreath here after that mulligan, getting to use their Fire Prophecy that they wanted to cast it so they could dig for a land anyway to take out an opposing Mana Dork. That's fantastic for them.
Where do you go on this next play? Because we see now that Kangbreath actually just top-decked a Rampaging Ferocidon. What's the better scenario here, the Annex or the Ferocidon?
I would start with the Annex. The opponents only cast 1 spell, so they probably have some removal, and the Ferocidon's generally the more important threat. Also, if you play Annex first, you have the chance of maybe pumping Annex's power and getting through for more combat damage next turn than you would with the Ferocidon. So for those reasons, I'm starting on Annex.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like Kangbreath is having some issues. There's an interesting line here, too, where, you know, they've got the Fire Prophecy in the graveyard and they get to Lavamancer and a Lightning Bolt in hand. They can do some really good shenanigans here by dropping this Annex, having the Akum Hellhound out. If they top deck a land, even better. And doing a pretty major life total swing. But out comes Assassin's Trophy. And getting to grab that basic land. Akum Hellhound being like, no, wait.
Very briefly, a 4/5, right? Yeah, look at me.
Papa, I've already done this. But, you know, I imagine Kangbreath is not too sad about getting to grab a land off of Assassin's Trophy, because this is all they're really ever going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. This land works out pretty well for Kangbreath, too. You know, if we see another creature deployed by Disabolos, maybe the Lightning Bolt gets fired off, and then the G2 Lava Runner will have haste. And then we can crack in for at least 3 next turn.
Yeah, well, we are seeing this Fauna Shaman, and exactly as you said, that Lightning Bolt, getting rid of it. The way is clear. Ramanap Ruins off the top.
Very big turn.
And getting to, once again, trigger that landfall trigger on Akum Hellhound. Maybe we were a little off base. Swinging back for 5 damage and dropping a Rampaging Ferocidon. That Hydroid Crisis not looking so good for Disabolos now.
Now, Disabolos, yeah, they're at 11. They have some options, at least. You know, Nissa Shakes the World was previously banned in Gladiator, and it's back now with the new texture of the format. It's a little more fair, but a really powerful threat. So we'll see if this can kind of claw their way back in. It's nice that it makes creatures that don't enter the battlefield as creatures against that Ferocidon. I'm a little nervous it's going to be too late, though. It's going to entirely depend on the top Kangbreath's deck.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Menace on that Angry Dino, attacking now on in for 3. Do you try and take out the Nissa, or is just face the plays? We see the Infuriate.
What a good draw. Wow. That's enough mana to cast that spell and Ramanap? Or no, Ramanap, I believe, costs all of the lands we have in play.
Yeah, unfortunately, a Coom Hellhound just sort of sitting there sad, which we figured would eventually happen with the Angry Dog. But, I mean, with the Infuriate, it would bring it up to, what do we got here? If it's all going through, there'd be about 7, so there'd be about 2 points of damage off of getting lethal, so...
Right. It's possible you attack with the whole team and just try to get through as much damage as possible on Disavlos, and then hope to win with the Ramnap after. We are 1 mana off. It's all 5 lands need to get tapped to deal those 2 damage from Ramnap Ruins. So Disavlos isn't looking to lose the game this turn.
No.
But that is a very relevant draw for Kangbreath here, and the kind of thing we want to see if we're hoping for our mono red player to close into the quarterfinals. Or the
Yeah,
semifinals.
well, and I mean, as long as Kangbreath has access to this rampaging Ferocidon, there is not going to be a life total swing coming out of Disavlos. The Hydroid Krace is not going to be able to stabilize in that way. And there are non-zero amount of life gain things, but it looks like Kangbreath instead is going, well, you know what? I can't kill you this turn. Let's get rid of this gigantic threat. And Nissa shakes the world. There's a very good reason that she was banned for a while. Kind of surprised to not just see Ferocidon going on its own with the Infuriate, and then the other 2 going towards Disavlos's face. But I don't know. What do you think about this one?
Well, I think it's like if you concede that you're using Ferocidon plus Infuriate for sure to kill Nissa, then you actually just lose your Get to Lavamancer just to deal 1 damage to the face if that's your plan, because the forest isn't going to die if you don't pump the Lavamancer. So it's a tricky situation. I kind of like that Kangbreath acknowledges, hey, if I'm not winning this turn, I don't want my opponent casting some like 12 mana spell or whatever that Nissa, who shakes the world, is going to allow. And also I don't want them to build more creatures out of their forests. So I think it's a very respectful and wise line from Kangbreath. Whether the just go face and hope plan would have worked out better, maybe here, because we don't have an immediate answer for the Ramnat or for the Rampaging Ferocidon. But I think Kangbreath's line is still like correct in more situations.
Yeah, certainly we were able to kind of finagle some extra points of damage around. Of course, them not knowing what was in Kangbreath's hand, it certainly lent itself really well here. Turns out we're going to just play this Hydroid Krasis and go, you know what? I'll get a 2/2. I'll draw a card. Sure, that's A-okay. Rampaging Ferocidon denying that life gain. In fact, it actually pushing 1 through. We're seeing a Dragonkin Berserker. That could become very relevant with that Boast trigger and enough mana, I believe, to actually activate it and make some dragons at least once. So this is we're getting into spooky territory now. We might be able to close it out over on Kangbreath's side. Meanwhile, over on Disavlos, we've got the Nissa of the Shadowed Boughs.
Yeah, I'm having like weird flashbacks to the Kaldheim PPR. You and I were playing, and I put 2 Dragonkin Berserkers in my deck, but you had those 2 mana 1/1 menace creatures that get bigger if you cast 2 spells a turn, and completely ran me over.
Oh yeah, those dudes are the cast 2 spells deck from Kaldheim was very elegant design. I really did enjoy it. Looks like we are going to see this Nissa coming on out. And I mean, we have a Nissa of the Shadow Boughs and Elvish Reclaimer. So those landfall triggers on Nissa could become very relevant. And also an Hour of Promise. So lots of landfall.
Yeah, we're seeing the lands sub-theme of Disavlos' Sultai deck. Wheeler mentioned earlier that Disavlos isn't playing really popular finisher Vorinclex that we see in most of the Ultimatum Sultai decks, and instead playing a bunch of cards that find land. The thing I find really interesting about Disavlos' Gladiator lands Sultai deck is that instead of being able to do like a lot of really interesting things with the utility of the lands, like usually when we hear lands, we think like, okay, we can recur Wasteland. It's mostly just lands that add mana and then do other cool things like Nissa turns them into a 3/3, or Elvish Reclaimer can move them to the graveyard to get itself bigger. And you know, it's a bit more of a just like, well, my lands make mana, and I'm going to be having some fun and doing some cool things with that.
Yeah, now we're in a very interesting position right now for Kangbreath. They top deck light up the stage, which in a position like this, you know, life total wise, usually pretty cool to see, you know, getting to draw you a couple of cards. But we're also in this position where we're looking at Dragonkin Berserker and potentially wanting to activate that Boast trigger and get a 5/5. Nissa on the other side is also within ultimate territory too. being able to put creature cards with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands they control from the battlefield or in their hand. So not hugely relevant right now. We'll see what ends up getting top deck, but there's the potential of being able to Hour of Promise and just throw it on down. Deciding, it looks like on Kangbreath's side, to boast and say, hey, I have this dragon brother. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, tragically, Kangbreath, I didn't mind them attacking the Nissa earlier, but it did cost them some creatures on the table. And this last turn, with Nissa having essentially like being a 3/3 haste, they've just left themselves unable to complete the race here. I'm pretty sure Kangbreath is dead on board. Nissa doesn't need to -5. She can +1 instead. And then, the 5/5 blocks one of the 3/3s. I'm sorry, I misspoke. We're at 1. Because the Akum Helen can jump to have a 3/3.
So, I mean, this is a pretty scary, because, I mean, attacking if they decide to attack with Hydroid Crisis, obviously the dragon we can actually even just let that through, it looks like. And then if Disavos plays any creature or anything, they die. They cannot resolve another creature while Rampaging Ferocidon and then Dragon are on the battlefield. So this is a standoff.
Absolutely.
And I mean, well, also as well, if that Hydra, even then, they've got the activation for the Ramanap runes as well. So I mean, Dead to Menace as well. There's, I don't know. I
the land
no
does get Menace. Gosh, this Nissa has a lot of words on them.
Yeah. Oh, the land gets Menace. Oh, yeah. So hold on.
So I accidentally did call it right the first time, maybe then.
I think so. I think
just
they're
a
looking
wild
at
bunch of interactions going on with this green, blue, black land sub theme.
Well,
it looks like Disablo's taking a minute to try to figure out exactly what this line is. It's a tricky spot.
We did forget the key thing, which Magic in 2021 when it comes to green cards is read the card and then keep reading.
Keep reading.
And then keep reading. And then keep reading. And then sign the contract at the bottom, because that's how much text is on these cards these days. Old man Ben rants at green cards.
With haste and menace. Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, but thinking about the Hour of Promise, it looks like, as it stands right now, Disavos doesn't see that they just have lethal, unless we're missing something here.
So yeah, I was trying to count at the beginning of this turn, and it's the 5/5 can block the 3/3 that previous Nissa made, but nothing can block Shadowed Boughs Nissa, and then the Elvish Reclaimer is also going to get through it. So if it's like Dog blocks a 3/3, and then the Dragon can only block a 2/2 because the new land has Menace. Yep. So the Menace is getting through, and then one more point from the Reclaimer for lethal. So that was how I thought it was going to shake down. I just I guess I forgot explaining it that the Menace is happening. So we'll see if Disablos notices that. There's a lot of pressure playing. While these players are playing, these games recorded, they've got Graham or Matt in the headphones with them, and they know that they're playing on feature matches. So even though it's not live, there's still this pressure to perform that you experience if you're sitting down and playing Magic, not just for fun, but for big prizes. And so I think we're getting to see some of that, a little bit of the sweat here, and that's okay. It can be fun, but it's a different experience, and it certainly results in some the games going a little bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the upside of this is obviously those things aren't binary. You can have fun and play for prizes. So looks like they do decide to pop off that Hour of Promise, not getting to make the zombies, but they get 2 landfall triggers on Nissa, and they're just carefully playing out their turn. They're in the top 8 right now, so really having to think about how am I going to do this? The wrong decision right now definitely does mean lethal for me. We've got a whole bunch of scary creatures over on our opponent's side, and they're really thinking about which one of these lands they want to untap here.
And after that first game of red versus white, I'm just glad of it. I'm okay that we're taking our time here. The ropes will come for you eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we take your time on these sort of matches. We really want to get these real games going on through. And so it looks like they're deciding to do it on the treasure vault. Sometimes we've been cracking treasures for so long. I think it's finally time for the treasure to crack back.
All right, looks like they did see the line there eventually. And Kangbreath just getting slightly out aggroed.
Yeah, I mean, the
weird way that this game shook down. Nissa of Shadow Boughs showing the power of these haste menace lands.
Yeah, Menace, honestly, I mean, on both sides has been very, very good. It's pushed through a number of points of damage, and it looks like we are not going to get that mono red mirror match face off in the semis. Instead, it's going to be DeSavlos moving forward, operating Sultai control, and really, I think, showing off, as we were talking about, and as Mr. Wheeler mentioned, the difference in style that you see when it comes to these Sultai decks. Instead of there being, the Sultai, the big, the big creature swings or the Sultai ultimatum. This one really coming down and showcasing that lands package that was talked about.
Absolutely. And I think there's a bunch of different cool ways you can build Sultai, and I hadn't even run into this one yet, and I kind of want to go play it now. So really well done, DeSavlos. And I'm a little sad that we didn't get to meet our friend Flameskull during the match, so we could riff on that some more. But maybe next tournament, and I hope you'll consider staying with Flameskull at their bed and breakfast, or hiring them to do your voiceover work.
Yeah,
think about it.
It's here. Oh my gosh. Well, sounds like we've got 2 Flameskulls over on the news desk right now. So without any further ado, we're going to get a match breakdown and setting up for the next one. Let's go to the Flameskull news.
Hey, thank you. Stay 2 nights, get 1 free. Crispy bacon only in the morning.
Hello, welcome to the news desk. I had something in my throat there. I'm Maria. This is Wheeler.
My head is also on fire.
Yeah, permanently. So talk me through that last match. How'd you like it? What stood out to you?
I want to apologize for not talking about Torment of Hailfire. It slipped my mind, and I've spent the past half an hour thinking about it because it's genius. It's genius. I mean, that's not the where it's going to do all of the heavy lifting. But like, the more I think about it, cards like that, which is a super, I mean, this is why we have DeSavlos in the top 8 on that Sultai list. Cards like that just line up so well against a lot of the popular archetypes. And honestly, even in a red match like we saw in that last game, it can get down to the wire. And sometimes you just need a big oopsie doopsie commander spell to just clear out whatever is in front of you.
Yeah, that was absolutely sweet. Congratulations to DeSavlos. There it is. Torment of Hailfire. Bless.
Hi.
Great card in that matchup, obviously. King Breath eliminated, so we won't get that mono red mirror. Let's take a look at our bracket again and find out how things are shaping up in the tournament so far. Check it out. We've got DeSavlos versus Dogpool will happen in our semis there. That's Sultai Control mono red aggro matchup there. But we're still in the quarterfinals here. So we've got Witty Zitty versus Glum Lee. This is Dimir Control. Is it control matchup here? We're going to start things with Witty Zitty with Dimir Control. We've seen Sultai Control just on camera. So my question to you is, why are we playing Dimir Control, Wheeler?
Well, green adds a whole other color. And if we add the whole other color, we have to play a couple of lands that come into play tapped. And that could be a bit of a problem. With green, it's less of a problem because you have, a Thrag Tusk or an Elder Gargaroth. That means, I'll take off a turn, but then I'll gain infinite life later. But if we're on blue-black, we're kind of trading that for just a bit more immediacy and a bit more control. So I think we're likely to see with a Dimir control deck a bit more punchy early interactions. Stuff like Anti-Cognition is a good example of that. It's a 2-mana counterspell that only hits creatures and planeswalkers. It is a soft counter, air quotes, in that people can pay 2 mana to prevent that. But if the game goes late, tough luck. You don't get to pay it. And in fact, I get to scry. So early on, it's more or less just going to guarantee that a creature or a planeswalker isn't hitting the table. And later on, it will still have some use. So this is their way of kind of saying, look, I can't gain as much life if I, had green or white, but I will play more tools to just, disrupt your early game plan so that I can get to my late game threats, such as Imrith, Desert Doom. I really regret typecasting myself with all these dragons, but I can't help it. Maria, I can't help
talking
it.
about them, so do you regret it?
I love a good drag. I love having a way to close a game. Like, I'm all for the grindy control mirror, but if the shop's closing up and they're like, okay, please wrap it up, it's like, oh, yeah, for sure. 5/5 dragon that you can't kill that draws me extra cards. Yeah, this dragon is extremely difficult to deal with.
Sweet.
It ends the game very quickly, and its ability, it's pretty good on its own. It just draws you a card. But at the same time, if we're very punchy, if we are, one for oneing with a lot of different creatures and planeswalkers, because we don't have as many board wipes, many traditional board wipes that you would expect in a control deck or from a control deck, you could get down to a low hand size. Like, we could reliably draw a couple of cards off this Imrith and not be that upset. Usually control players, if they have 0 cards in hand, they're very upset. But throw in an Imrith and you're good to go. Another one, Mordenkainen. This is another card from AFR. We saw this a bit yesterday.
I love the dogs he makes.
Oh, and these are big dogs. Not to keep going back to dogs, but these are gigantic dogs. I know coming off of just saying like, oh, this blue-black control deck can go to 0 cards is a little, might lead you to believe that these dogs are much smaller than you'd think. But here's the thing, is that if we are killing the board so much and we get down Mordenkainen, we make a dog, and then we just wait. And if the dog ends up getting removed from the board, okay, we'll just make another dog, and then we'll wait. But if it doesn't, then we just get to pop off. And we get to draw with, we get to uptick our own Mordenkainen if we want to find something else that'll let us draw something else. And then all of a sudden, this dog makes Clifford look like a puppy. Clifford is a puppy at certain points, but this is a giant blue dog. This knocks Clifford off, just into the stratosphere with a single swat. And
yeah, Clifford can stay over in that uncanny valley. Where
absolutely,
he
yeah. Clifford's in uncanny valley. These dogs are in the K90 Valley, and that's a great poll. And thank you for clapping and recognizing that. And speaking of a good poll, what if we went up to Thought Distortion? Because this is another beautiful inclusion for these decks. It's a top end card, and if we're on Sultai or Esper, you only get so many cards you can put in a deck, and you can't have just 6 drops. But if we're in a 2-color deck, we get a little bit of we get some choice selections. And so it's a weird comparison. This is very much the casualties of war almost for this deck, in that if you cast this card against a control opponent, what are they going to do? what? They can't lose. They can't counter it. They lose everything from their graveyard and their hand. Sure, they have some creatures, but I think blue-black has a couple of ways to kill creatures. Yeah, I have a real soft spot for blue-black, and earlier this week, I actually spent 8 hours losing with this deck myself, and I'm still hyped to see it. So if that sends any kind of message, I'm excited to see this card. Excited to see this archetype pop up.
Yeah, this is really cool. Control player's dream right here in the hands of Witty Zitty. Speaking of control, though, we've got a different flavor in the hands of Glum Lee. It is it control? So why would you go with is it control? Talk to me about the reasoning behind this pick.
Now, Maria, I've always said that I love how associated with dragons I am. And if we do a quick dragon count,
hold on. Can we play the tape?
We don't. Sorry, there's too much production value. We can't get the tape on here.
Okay.
But what we can do is count all the dragons. We got Imrith, we got Glorybringer, we got Goldspan Dragon, Inferno of the Star Mounts, which is one of the big ones I want to talk about. A new card from AFR as well. What if Fireball untapped? What if you could fireball your opponent, throw a Bane Fire at their head, kill them dead, but also maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you could do it a little early. Flying, haste, can't be countered, costs 6, hits for 6, and then if you somehow get to pump a lot of mana, spoiler, you probably won't be able to do this because they're already dead. but it does let you poke away for just that extra little bit of damage later. And another dragon, and the real reason you play the real reason, or one of the big ones, is Niv Mizzet Perrin. I mean,
What a beautiful boy.
this is another 6-drop dragon that can't be countered. This one doesn't have haste, but you will still feel some immediacy from this card. Triple red, triple blue pips, though that's, if you want to talk pip density,
That's
you
pip
call
density
you
right
call up Niv Mizzet knows pip density. This card just runs away with games. It's and God forbid they are able to cast this with counter magic up, because it is miserable. It's going to draw you so many cards. It's going to kill off so many tokens that might get it in its way. Pick off planeswalkers. It just runs away with the game. So Niv Mizzet's one of the big pulls. Another pull, cards like Anger of the Gods. So Anger of the Gods, I believe, was included through Amonkhet Remastered. It's a cheaper board wipe. So blue-red and blue-black, both control decks that don't have, well, the titular Wrath of God when we're referring to board wipes or wraths. What they do have, however, are slightly downgraded board wipes that hit either, they give -X, or they just deal damage. They cost 3, though, so that's really nice. This means that we don't have as much life gain, so what if we just blew everything up on turn 3? This can be very helpful in aggressive matches. However, for a control mirror like this, I think we're likely to see some of these cards fall a bit flat. Sweltering Suns, another board wipe in this deck, has cycling, so we can just cash that in easy peasy. But if we get them stuck in our hand, it can be a little clunky. Thankfully, another thing that Izzet gets access to are looting effects. So you'll find cards like Prismari Command is a great example. While it's not the primary use of this card, it's not one of the modes that you are most likely to see. Prismari Command also just has the flexibility of, hey, maybe I'll just draw 2 and discard 2. Maybe I'll just get rid of some of these extra Wrath of God or extra board wipes that I have in my hand that aren't really doing anything. And you can blow up an artifact here, make a treasure token to get to your Niv Mizzet there, or a card that will really, really dictate part of this match if it gets down early. Notice how it says target player draws 2 and discards 2? Well, Narset Parter of Veils didn't need much help in just being a nasty card. Just a real...
Wom, 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 wom.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Narset Parter of Veils, cheap enough card, 3 mana. If it hits the board early, you are likely to get a couple of activations out of it. It's going to be a bit better from Glumley's side, because one of the downsides would be exposing this card by decreasing its loyalty to 3 to various burn spells. And against blue-black, they might have to do a little more heavy lifting to get this card off the table. But if this card hits the table, draws you a couple of extra cards, gets you a counterspell, maybe grabs you a Prismari Command, Glumley may be able to fire off the Prismari Command targeting their opponent and just gets them to discard 2 cards at instant speed. And that's miserable.
Nice.
I mean, it's great. I mean, we love to see it, but we hate to see it.
Exactly. And that's just the sweet spot where we want to be in Gladiator. Super excited to see these 2 decks go head to head here in our 3rd round of quarterfinals, which we'll be doing coming up in just a minute here. By the way, if you're subbing during this stream, don't worry. James is going to be reading out all of your subs tomorrow on the 26th at 4:30 p.m. Pacific. So if you want to get your name read by James, sub right now, especially if you have a really strange name or a hard to pronounce name. I want him to be in as much pain as humanly possible. So get those subs rolling in.
We have given James a whole bunch of grunt work that ultimately does nothing and doesn't propel the production forwards in any way possible, just to tire him out, so that tomorrow he will trip up over everything and you'll get a laugh and it'll be great and he'll fall into a hole.
I love it. You in this, you truly do love to see. So
Mm.
please
Oh, yeah.
keep those subs
Oh,
rolling in,
yeah.
just to torture James to make my little heart so happy. We'll be back here with quarterfinal number 3 coming up after a very short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the great big Gladiator games here on the Loading Ready Run Network. I'm Ben Ulmer on the commentary team, joined with me by Nelson Salahub, my amazing co-host.
I put down the flame steel glasses and Nelson is back. Hello, everyone.
Were you being possessed by the spirit of Flame Skull?
I had to get. I was taken away, to the theatrical call of doing the Flame Skull voice, and different facets of the Flame Skull personality really took me over that last round.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have a fundamentally different kind of matchup, I think, than the past two that we've seen. There's been the aggro deck versus a little bit more of the control-y sort of strategy. Instead, we're doing away with more of the aggro vibe, and we're getting that control mirror match that you and I have kind of been talking about, hoping to see like a little bit of a grinder on this one, because we've gone over the deck list with Maria and Ben, of course, and they both look really, really good. What do you think of this matchup? Is there one that maybe has a little bit more of an edge over the other one?
Yeah, I don't want to talk too long about it because Maria and Wheeler did a great job running over it already, but I just want to remind everyone, these two decks I think have more in common than they have separate. They're both running, 35 plus instance. They're looking to jockey for position as the blue decks that they are. And then the only other thing I would say is I kind of like the Haste Dragons on the red side. I think those could be helpful. Yeah,
that could be a big life swing. Well, without further ado, let's hop into the third quarterfinals matchup. We've got the Dimir control deck piloted by Witty Zitty and the Is control deck piloted by Glumsy. Here we go, and looks like Witty Zitty deciding to go on the play as the higher seed coming on into this, and this is an interesting one. There's a little bit more creature interaction. Probably not the way they want to go. What do you want to see out of an opener on both ends?
Just need to be able to develop your mana here. You know that your opponent's not going to kill you in the first 5 turns. You just want to make sure that you're going to make some land drops, hopefully cantrip a bit. If you have a cheap planeswalker, that could be nice, but really what we want to see is those opts and those lands in the opening hands for these decks, for both of them, I think.
Well, we are seeing both of the decks mulliganing down. Glumly keeping the 6er that was mainly just spells and lands, and Witty Zitty less on the land side, more on the action side, but they are able to get off that turn 1 Thoughtseize, grabbing the only other spell in Glumly's hand, which was that expansion explosion. So now, it's kind of going to be a toss-up. Is Witty Zitty going to get those land drops? And oh no, it looks like not.
Critical miss on the 4th land there. It's funny, just 2 turns ago, 2 quick turns, it's like, okay, there's only 1 spell and it's Scorching Dragonfire for Glumly, and they have all lands, and Witty Zitty's got all this action they're looking at. So that's, you kind of feel like it's going to be bad for Glumly, but no, we just want to get up to 5-6 mana so we can cast dragons or whatever else we get off the top of our library, and poor Witty Zitty not making their 4th land drop there for 2 turns in a row.
Well, they do manage to hit it here, and they do have 2 draw spells, so maybe they can get themselves out of here. We're at 6 mana now over on Glumly's side, and they're like, well, this is the control matchup. Probably not going to try and resolve my Inferno or any of these sort of threat things. Yeah. Instead, we're just going to pass it on back. We get the firing off of the draw spell over on Witty Zitty's side, getting a land as well as a God Eternal Kefnet. There's the Mordenkainen. We're seeing some very, very fast play back and forth between these 2 control decks. They definitely seem like pros when it comes to piloting a match like this.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Witty Zitty hit a couple of land drops there, so that we're going to see some things happening from both players, some spells getting cast, obviously. Interesting choice, actually, I think, between Star Mounts and waiting to cast Karn with the counterspell up. I think after they missed a land drop, I might have considered just playing the dragon for Glumly, but they're more familiar with this deck and probably even the matchup than I am, so I'll defer there. That seems fine.
Well, out comes the Baleful Mastery, hitting Karn. And honestly, of the threats that Glumley's got over on their side, Karn is probably the one that they would prefer that to end up hitting. Witty Zitty passing it back with a whole bunch of untapped mana. Glimmer really being the only thing that they can do. I think still trying to make sure that they hit those lands, bottoming 2 decent spells. Getting a Soul Shatter, that seems to be a pretty good spell, I would say, in this matchup.
Yep, and crucially finding another land.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Unfortunately, it's a tapped one, so they're not going to be able to play like Narset or Moo and still be able to cast something else like a Soul Shatter. So into the bin goes Narset. Game's going back very, very, very fast, back and forth, and discarding a Mordenkainen into the bin to jumpstart. And
Glumley just staunchly refusing to blink here and ever cast this big dragon.
Yeah.
And just wanting to keep their mana up the whole time forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. So out comes Moo. We're actually seeing a little bit of the threats now coming down on over on Witty Zitty's side. Moo ticking up. Nothing really to target with it. Prismari Command coming on out, making a treasure and dealing 2 damage to Moo. So not going to be able to make that burb later on. And they're just going all in. Moo is dead.
Yeah, this is what these burn spells are for in this matchup. You just trade 2 of them if you can for a planeswalker because your opponent's not playing any small creatures. You don't have to take care of the wayward guide beasts or the relic robbers in this matchup. So it's okay if we just have multiple burn spells going away. Oh, and now we're finally pulling the trigger on the star mounts.
All right. Yeah, it's coming on out. We do have the Blink of an Eye, the Search for Iskanta, the Lightning Strike. So still a number of spells here. And out comes Into the Royal with the kicker.
Glumley briefly considering casting their own Blink of an Eye just to stuff the draw trigger on that Into the Royal.
I can see it. I'm a little bit surprised not to see that Search for Iskanta coming on out, but it looks like they do want to potentially have some way to deal with something that might come down. And in this case, it is the Karn. Probably better for Glumley in that scenario, because if Desert Doom ended up coming down, they wouldn't have been able to really do much. So Karn upticking, getting 2 lands on the top, and We've got ourselves a game here, Nelly.
Absolutely, yeah. We're definitely in the middle of a game now. Glumley hasn't had, they did have lands early, and they've gotten to advance their board a couple times without much success. But at least, gotten to cast their spells plenty. But they haven't hit this critical mass of awesome 5 power or 5 mana creatures and a pile of planeswalkers like Witty Zitty has. So it's been a bit harder for them to get anything down on the board. Now we are going to see this Sabotage taking care of that edict effect. So that's some real value out of the Inferno of the Starman. So great turn for Glumley.
And Glumley gets to see that they've got a Chandra on top, which is definitely one of those cards I think you'd want to see in this. Now we've got 2 dragons, but as it should be, the red dragon is stronger in terms of power and toughness than the tiny puny blue dragon, and Glumley knows all about that. So they are sending it in the double block here. And here comes the Scorching Dragonfire onto the God Eternal Kefnet as well. So that God Eternal not coming back. Instead, go into the exile. Oh no, sorry.
Or
it does, right?
Exile too.
Yes,
right.
Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, it does actually still get around that, but
the
that
most
is
eternal
fine.
God. Yeah,
so eternal. That is still fine though. I think Glumley is happy to take that kind of trade, gets both of those off, and gets to resolve the Search for Iskanta onto the board. I believe that they might have enough actually to make it flip next turn if they want, and I think that's going to grind out that incremental value that they really might need.
Witty digging through God Eternal Kefnet there, putting God Eternal Kefnet on the bottom to find this Blood Chief's Thirst with the Supreme Will, so they can have some chance against the Inferno of the Star Mounts. Yeah, and the opposing Blink of an Eye going to get countered. Okay, so now we're back to parity on the board, except that Glumley has a Search for Iskanta, and is probably sweating about the 2 remaining cards in Witty Zitty's hands. Doesn't know that they're a not super relevant removal spell and a land. Yeah,
of the cards that we're seeing right now, I mean, Chandra probably higher up on the list, decides to put that Syncopate in so that it can flip. Chandra coming on now, and a top deck Maze Mind Totem and Tome.
Close enough.
I mean, Totem, all
for
the same.
For the stream,
anyways.
it can be a totem. It's like a Maze Mind Charm. right? Maze Mind Bobble.
Yeah, so uptick sees the spell pierce. That can't do anything right now. So 2 damage going to the dome, and this is going to be the grind back and forth. I mean, Glumly has a lot of ways really to push it back and forth, and this Kanta is one less one now that they're going to have with that Field of Ruin getting dropped and getting destroyed. Going and grabbing an island, but still has the main Maze Mind Totem, still has the Chandra, so might be able to grind this out a little bit quicker than Witty can.
Yeah, having the Chandra on the board still really puts them in the driver's seat for this match. Now, Witty does have Castle Vantress to be able to try to sculpt their draw a bit. I wouldn't count them out, certainly, and another Castle Lockthwaite in hand. I want to really give these players credit for playing this matchup as quickly as they are.
Yeah.
Both kind of knowing when the appropriate times are to fight for things on the stack and when to let things go, when to do nothing but just pass the turn quickly after playing their land or not, and just some fantastic Magic being played here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the effect of having that red as opposed to being the Dimir deck. The burn really coming into play over right now for Glumly, getting to slowly, incrementally tick down Witty Zitty's life. That Electrolyze getting exiled off of the expressive iteration, getting to draw a card, deal some extra damage, kind of all the things that you really want to do. Castle Vantress now over on Witty's side, getting to scry 2. We're seeing a Demonic Tutor and a Jace. Those are some pretty good ones. And
we got some gas. Yeah, that's right. We found some gas.
Firing off that brainstorm, being like, yes, I would like this. And then, holy moly, with that Languish going on top and the Jace doing it in this way. Oh, this is really interesting. I would have thought for sure that they would have done it in the way that they would have thought Erasure to take something off the top that they didn't end up wanting. But I don't know. Maybe I guess they don't want that, Jace. What do you think?
It's possible that Witty is thinking back now. Oh, maybe if this Thought Erasure is going to resolve, I'd like to bin that Languish. But Jace, I believe, can also scry. So there's ways it could have worked out both ways. You know, you can if on the following turn you cast your Jace, it resolves, and then you scry 1. You can put that Languish at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, well, this Thought Erasure really kind of coming in and clearing the way a little bit more for them. But it is worth noting. So it does look like they don't want that Jace.
Okay,
I mean, they got to deal with that Chandra. She's very fastly approaching alt range. So DT getting fired off. We're gonna go look for something that will probably deal specifically with that. And I mean, there's all sort of manner of things. What are we thinking here? Looking at maybe the amount of loyalty counters. We've got,
Murderous Rider could do it.
Yeah,
certainly. We're in kind of a precarious spot here because I think we only have 2 mana left, and we just put a memory in the opponent's bin. So if they feel like just hand attacking us next turn, they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Witty Zitty only 2 mana up, and they went and found a Vraska's Contempt. So if I'm Glumly here, I certainly consider just we both draw 7 so that you don't get your Vraska's Contempt. On the other hand, then your opponent has 7 other cards.
Yeah. So, I mean, they've got a Hall of the Storm Giants here, and maybe they're just like, well, you can't really deal with both of them. So you have your Vraska's Contempt. There's a Maze Mind Totem for Witty Zitty. Really not what they're looking for here. Unfortunately, they go up to 6, which is just 1 life point shy. They could throw down this Maze Mind Totem and see if they can draw themselves out of this. They have the Castle Lockthwaite as well. A couple of options.
I think we might just see Glumly slamming down a Brazen Borrower with no additional bounce spell, no theft.
Yeah,
okay, but they just don't have an answer for the Hall of the Storm Giants.
Yeah, I mean, Ward fixed hexproof, probably a pretty real deal in that matchup and avoiding a lot of things. So scooping it up. Game 1 goes to Is It Control over on Glumly's side. Man, what do you think? Is there a change in game plan? I mean, with open deck lists and stuff like that.
I just can't get over how watchable this Blue Mirror is. Like, when I looked at the list, I'm like, okay, cool. Witty Zitty is Gladiators, Guillaume Wafotapa. I'm gonna go get my blanket, put it up over my knees, gonna sit back, relax, try to harness, the best caster for the, stretching out the game, like, best jokes I can think of, best puns.
We don't need to. We're just gonna
blue
keep
players
up.
Are just racing through the match, and it's been super exciting.
Yeah, playing very, very well on both ends. These are 2 players that they seem to know exactly what they're doing. So deciding to grab that Karn and throwing the other one back into the bin. We got to neutralize off the top, and we're seeing that control mirror pass back and forth. Island go, island go, island go. And not hitting that double red, so they can't resolve Chandra, but I can't imagine they want to do that right away.
From the play pattern we saw last game, the time it took before they played the Inferno of the Starmans out, I think we can trust Glumly is going to continue passing with mana up until either the way is definitely clear or they can do 2 spells in a turn.
Yeah, I mean, we are fast approaching that card that, Ben talked about being very, very key one. The Thought Distortion we're seeing over on Witty Zitty's side could do, a pretty good number. But, the Dragons portion of Glumly's deck here still being like, well, I know you can get rid of Spell Pierce, you can get rid of Chandra. I still have Niv Mizzet and Glorybringer, but looks like that's exactly what is happening.
I thought maybe Glumly was just going to throw it on the nice there.
Oh, man. Yeah, and here comes that Thought Distortion. Goodbye, Chandra. Goodbye, Counterspell. Goodbye, Spell Pierce. We've just got a couple of dragons.
I mean, the good news here for Glumly is that if they choose to just slam Niv Mizzet, we don't immediately have an answer from Witty Z. That Silumgar command can destroy a Planeswalker, but only -3/-3 a creature, I think. So even combined with Crag Magician, not maybe quite enough mana to do both of those right away.
Yeah, so electing to throw the Electrolyze onto the bottom, a card that does synergize very nicely with Niv, but not quite to the extent. Chemister's Insight seems very, very solid. Karn going to be coming on down for Witty Zitty. We're going to uptick. What do we got here? Torrential Gear Hulk, Anti-Cognition, some very good picks. What do you go for?
Pretty scary stuff here. I think I need to make my opponent... I have a lot of lands in play as Glumly, so I think I'm going to let them have Anti-Cognition and make them work to get a Torrential Gear Hulk. This is a fairly precarious position for Glumly, but they do have a powerful turn coming up.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so we're 1 mana spell off the top. That's great. And we're drawing cards with Chemister's Insight, maybe?
Yeah, this is...
Or we're just smashing him with dragons. Both of them look like great choices.
So Niv... trying to see, they're trying to bait out, do I need to put any points of damage towards this card? No, I do not. The only spell really available right now for negate, and deciding, nope, I don't need to do anything on my turn. Very interesting. Definitely would have thought that we would have seen kind of pop off with the low amount of mana that Witty's got going over there. But these are, as we've seen, 2 very, very strong pilots.
Well, we just got to the point where if the Silumgar's command can resolve now, it will take out the Niv Mizzet, as we mentioned a few turns earlier. So this is the interesting critical Niv drawing cards turn.
Yeah, so forcing now Witty to spend 2 cards to deal with this, and Glumly's going to get a lot of action out of this one. A lot of card draw here. Yeah,
drawing a card every time your opponent plays an insert sorcery. Not particularly fair, especially in this matchup. I do want to say, though, I want to give a shout out to Witty Zitty. The slamming the Thought Distortion as soon as possible. Definitely a great choice. Ooh. Yeah, we did draw a counterspell, but we're going to draw some more cards too. Yeah, we did dig into without even having to cast our own card drawing. Just Niv Mizzet finding us stuff to keep the Perun alive.
Oh, what a good draw! So Niv stays around. We get a ton of cards and value.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and I wouldn't be surprised, or I wouldn't throw any shade if Witty Zitty just wanted to put the towel down now. Hang up their spurs and say, okay, we made the quarterfinals. It was a good tournament. We're not beating that Niv this game, unfortunately. And honestly, a great match.
Yeah. I mean, that was another one of those kind of swingy games, right? Like Thought Distortion coming out right on curve as possible for Witty Zitty, doing a big number on the hand of the Izzet control. And still having 2 very, very powerful dragons. I mean, Niv really turning that around. Turns out being able to draw back those cards that you lost every time they want to do something is certainly tough, right?
Absolutely
that's a tough one for them. But we've got plenty more Magic. We're seeing the Izzet control moving on, a whole variety. Every single deck, by the way, that has been moving on is a different deck. Such a great variety of various kind of showcases the archetypes of this format. But I'm going to send it on back now to the news desk, where Maria and Ben will do a bit more of a breakdown, as well as tell you what we got more in store of. So don't go away. To the news desk.
Thank you so much, Ben and Nelson. Yeah, Niv Mizzet. What an impressive lad, Wheeler.
Niv shows up, does all the work, and cleans the dishes. It brings a dish. It is just he's so good. He's so good, and he cleans up not only the dishes but also the matches. Like it is God. I mean, I'm dazed. I could watch Blue Mirrors in this format all day, endlessly.
You know, yeah, he was right. He's like, no, I thought I was going to get my little blankie up in here and watch this match and snuggle on in, but it was so exciting, and that honestly is not the case generally. Do you find that to be a product of Singleton?
Singleton leads to it, absolutely. I also think the format and how these decks look to close, like the control decks need a closer. Which in other formats and even other Singleton formats, they can kind of ride the back of certain cards
Despair.
like Vendilion Clique. Yeah, Despair is a good one. But for Gladiator, you got to do it, right? There is a timer. It's called Sultai Ultimatum. Or, there's that inevitability of something like a Golos. Or you just get to 3 and you're against a red opponent. You need to be able to kill your opponent. And that's a great showcase of why blue-red for control decks, be it Jeskai, be it Grixis, be it just straight up Izzet, can just go, oh, I'm going to pivot. I'm just going to kill you. I'm going to try to kill you. And yeah, it leads to very punchy, snappy matches where every decision counts. Stretching out your resources is wildly important, and looking to just, even if you might have to trade an attack with a dragon for a sorcery speed removal spell, that could be what you need to just get the tempo in your favor. And yeah, it's intoxicating. It's intoxicating following
All right, I'm all in on Gladiator. I'm all in now. Show them the bracket. Let's find out what's happened so far in the tournament and where we have yet to go today. Check it out. The great big Gladiator games continue here with quarterfinal number 4 Glumly and Izzet Control advancing on to the semis. But who will they face? Well, it's going to be either Yawgmoth or Happy Smurf 49 Sultai Serial combo versus Mono Green Stompy. Let's kick off with Yawgmoth here. Sultai Serial combo. And I asked a question about this deck name yesterday, and you said it's because they just throw a bunch of really good stuff in there. You take a bite. Who cares? It tastes like sugar.
It's certainly a meme within the Gladiator community where you throw, as you said, you pour a bowl of cereal. There's different shapes. There's different colors. It's all pretty. It's beautiful. And you take a bite and you're like, oh, it's just all sugar. And sometimes that's what you need, and that's what people like. So it looks like it's a lot to take in, but just know that you're, going to die by something. Something will kill you. And it might not be damage. It might just be the game says, hey, sorry, pack it up. There are a lot of similarities between this deck and other Sultai ramp decks and control decks. Again, there's a lot of cards that pop up where like, oh, I remember this. This was referenced as one of the best cards in the format. Okay, cool. We got Thought Distortion in here. Again, this is another deck that can run Thought Distortion. This one, the Sultai deck here will probably be using Thought Distortion just a little bit differently to clear the path for, looking to more reliably kill their opponent. Either through getting a combo kill with the Tainted Pact Thassa's Oracle. It's pushing is what I like to say. For those not familiar, we could bring up Tainted Pact is probably the card of choice because there's a little flexibility in what the other piece is going to be. So Tainted Pact was a recent addition from the Mystical Archives. It's a 2-mana instant and for 1 and a black that says you exile the top card of your deck and you can put that into your hand unless unless that has the same name as a card that has already been exiled. So theoretically, you go, I want that card. I like this card I've exiled. Go to my hand. And you get to keep doing that until you hit a duplicate. But we are a 100 card.
Never gonna hit it.
Singleton. And for for a 3-color deck, you do have to take a bit of a stretch on your mana base. It could lead to certain punishing setups, certain punishing draws from opponents, but it's not a massive cost. And so with this one, in fact, we just say, I don't want any of these cards. I'm going to exile my entire library. And you're saying, Ben, you idiot, you're going to lose the game. And I say, hold on a second. Hold up. Well, just 1 second here. We have a couple of cards, and I'll go with the one that's, not as tilting. Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. Because this card also does double duty for a deck like this. Look at that pip density. See, Jace knows Jace knows what's what. It's got a couple of relevant words on here. It is a high loyalty planeswalker, which is nice. That gets you to you get to mill yourself. It's target player, so you can mill yourself or your opponent. Usually, milling yourself is where you want to be, and it gets you to draw a card. So that's great. Extra cards every turn. It's got an ultimate that's relatively, I don't want to say easy, but don't expect your Jace opponent to never be able to ultimate, I guess is what I'm saying. That lets you draw 7 cards. And that says, then if your library has no cards in it, you win. Oh, cool. So that's what you're talking about? No. Static abilities. Basically, you have this Jace out. You cast a Tainted Pact. You get rid of your entire library. And then you try to draw a card in some way, shape, or form, or pass the turn with fingers crossed, or a whole bunch of counter spells in your hand. And then you win due to this replacement effect. Thassa's Oracle is the counterpart piece that we actually talked about this. Saw this on camera yesterday.
Yes, we did.
With commentators Serge and Amy the Amazonian.
Speaking of Amy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody.
Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Thassa's Oracle is a little bit trickier, where this has a triggered ability that has a whole bunch of text on it that isn't entirely relevant until we get to the part where it says, hey, if you have 0 cards in your library and no devotion to blue, that's okay. You win the game. So it's just a two-piece combo here. With a little bit of setup required, with a little bit of commitment to your deck, but it just gives this archetype that extra oomph to go over the top. And on that point as well, we also have cards like Professor Onyx, which is another card that can oomph go over the top. Card that was from Strixhaven, 6-mana Planeswalker. It draws you extra cards. That's pretty neat and can deal with opponents' big creatures. But also, if we're casting a whole bunch of spells in a turn, if we're casting a whole bunch of spells across a couple of turns here, we can just drain out our opponent. It's
She's so cool.
We're probably not draining them for the pure 20, but it's not that difficult to drain them out if we've also resolved something like a Hydroid Krasis, which is kind of just the last note for this deck. We did see Krasis earlier with the other Sultai list available being able to cast it as a 2/2, but this deck is probably casting it as a large, having the ability to build to the board with something gigantic, draw you some extra cards, and just be extremely annoying. So
this deck is just nonstop great stuff, value.
Oh yeah.
Everything you want on your Magic the Gathering cards. Let's take a look at Happy Smurf 49's list. The opponent here, not Happy Smurf 48. No. This is Happy Smurf 49. Don't get confused.
No.
Take a look. Mono Green Stomp Fest.
This is everything is just so big, and it continues to just get bigger.
Did you get your tickets to Stomp Fest this year?
I have a backstage Stomp Pass.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I used to go to Stomp Fest back when it was just a couple of elves hanging out and a giant tree that they put a smiley face on. We're like, it's a tree folk, I swear. But let's talk dinosaurs, shall we? One I want to touch on, which is one that I actually haven't seen in a hot minute, is Territorial Allosaurus. Because there's a lot of big green cards in this deck. Some of them we covered again over the best cards in the format. But this is just a dino. Like, this card to me really sums up what this deck is looking to do and looking to accomplish. It's a 4-mana 5/5, which for modern day Magic is probably not the end of the world. It's not breaking too many rules in design, but 4-mana 5/5s win the game. They attack.
Yeah.
They do a lot of damage. But this one also just has kicker, because sometimes you're just like, well, 4 mana 5/5 is not enough. What if I paid instead 7 mana and had my 5/5 beat up your smaller, weaker dinosaur? A little rude, but effective for sure. So this is just a very large creature, one of many. And that's kind of what this deck is just looking for, is just to play these very large creatures that are a little difficult to deal with. And some of them, not everything's going to have ward or hexproof, but a lot of burn spells, again, are dealing 3 or 4. So you just got old Terry here just hanging out. This deck also is a great usage of being like, hey, check out some quirks of the format, because we have cards like Gnarled Professor, which is a 4 mana 5/4. This might actually be the tree that just had a smiley face written on it. It got a doctorate. It's just a 4 mana 5/4 with trample, but it also has an ability called Learn. So when it enters the battlefield, Learn often, almost always, just requires you to have a sideboard, so you can grab lesson cards from it, or else, why would you play it? Well, it also, if you don't have a sideboard, if you don't have lessons, which we don't, we only have life lessons over here, it lets you to discard a card and then just draw a card, which that's not exactly why you're playing this card. You're probably playing this card because it's a 4 mana 5 power trampling creature. But if this means you can cash in an extra land in your hand or a dork that you drew late, cool, thanks. But that doesn't matter. This thing's just big. It's just so big.
What I like about this deck, too, are all of the creatures that are just tough to deal with, even for a deck like against Sultai Control. Like, you've got that Shifting Ceratops, like stuff that can come back from the graveyard of Deathless Knight.
Oh, Maria, may I offer you? Yeah, Deathless Knight is a card that is... it offers a little bit of... I say it's something green doesn't get a lot of, which is haste, but... the past couple of years have changed that. But it's a 4-power haste creature, 4/4. That comes back, and when to get it back, you just have to gain life, which the deck gets to do without that much of a cost. You don't really have to play like a life gain sub theme or anything. You just got to play green cards, and then the bane of my existence, which is I play a lot of lightning bolts in this format. Why do I always die to Garrick's Harbinger? Why do I always die to this card? I swear, sometimes I even throw in a couple of extra lightning helixes and say, if you help make the format, you get to play multiple copies, and I still lose. It's a 3 mana 4/3 with hexproof from black, which is going to be pretty relevant in this matchup.
Yes,
pretty relevant. And if it hits hits a player or planeswalker, you get to look at the top card of your deck for a creature or another Garrick, although we only have one in this deck, and put it into your hand. So this is going to be difficult to deal with, can come out real early, and is just going to help Happy Smurf stay in the game, stay with a steady card flow. Mono green is terrifying. There's a reason why we had 16 copies of this deck throughout the event.
Yeah, well represented in the event, and looking here to take down the top 8. Mono Green Stompy versus Sultai Serial Control. It's our final quarterfinal here in our top 8. Will Happy Smurf be happy after this game, or will Yawgmoth have their will? I don't know. I was halfway through my little thing there.
Oh, I liked it. I mean, you're pandering right to me. If you could have said Yawgmoth just flat and gone cold, and I would be like, okay, I'm invested already.
When I told you Yawgmoth was in the top 8, you were like,
oh, okay.
All right, okay. I'm here to watch
the
this.
Doctor's in the office.
Yeah. We'll have our 4th quarterfinal matchup coming up. We're going to have a very brief break. When we come back, quarterfinal number 4, so don't go anywhere, everybody. We're going to be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the great big Gladiator games here on the Loading Ready Run Network. It's your booth boys, Ben and Nelson here, and we are about to jump right on into the final quarter-final match of the weekend. How you feeling, Nelly?
I think it's going to be pretty close. Our Sultai combo player is going to have the option of whether to go first or second here, so that's good for Yawgmoth. And I also think that having the combo in there against a potentially we're dead for sure next turn board from the green player. The green player's wins are going to be a bit more predictable, a bit more kind of, I'm going to play this huge creature, I'm going to have lethal power next turn, go. And that the fact that the Sultai deck can potentially win out of nowhere on one turn after a tutor, gonna play maybe well for them, right?
Yeah. I mean, it certainly seems like it's gonna be a race of who gets to do their big thing first. Is it going to be a punch to the face, or is it gonna be a where'd my deck go kind of a situation? But we'll find out now. Let's get right on into the action. It is quarterfinals number 4 here at the Great Big Gladiator Games. Let's take a look at these openers. Yawgmoth here got a little bit of action, got some responses. You can pay maybe that student cost on Baleful Mastery, Crux of Fate to deal with the sweeper. And
not as many lands as they'd like to see, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Happy Smurf right away wasn't happy with what they had. They're going down to 6. We see an Untamed Kavu and a Deathgorge Scavenger. Maybe not the out-the-gates sort of stompy play they really want. What do you think, Nelly?
I think on the draw, I might consider going down to 5 with this one. I think Happy Smurf would love to see a 1-drop if possible. That said, this is a serviceable hand. We've got 2-drop into 3-drop. We're attacking early, and we've got plenty of lands. So, yeah, we'll see. The choosing to put the Snow-Covered Forest on the bottom's an interesting one. I guess they're planning to cycle that Tranquil Thicket immediately and have something to do with their mana each turn.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a free draw, and hey, I mean, it even got even better with that Hash-Up Oasis there coming on out. So both mulliganing down, both kind of have a better feel, I think, of the kind of decks and what they need. That Soul Shatter will definitely come in handy, as well as that Jwari Disruption, I think, for Yawgmoth here, maybe kind of stopping some of the plays. Here comes the Untamed Kavu. Do they fire that off right away? It is just a 2/2. They have the Censor as well, so they're going to really be able to stop a lot of these, on curve plays. Which
Yawgmoth
really
only with a few sweepers in their deck. Their sweepers are live. They've got the Languish. They've got the Crux of Fate. They are good sweepers, but mostly planning, I think, to 1-for-1 against their opponent. So I like the immediate use of the Censor there.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, not quite. That was almost beautiful, where Yawgmoth decided to go for the Explorer, and they would still be able to hold up Jwari Disruption if they got an untapped land, and they got the land, but not an untapped one. So out comes Deathgorge Scavenger for Happy Smurf, and they're on the board.
We see a Mythos of Brokos in the opening hand there. That's a card I haven't read for a few draft sets.
Yeah, one that you don't see often. Looks like they're contemplating, do I want to use Jwari Disruption right now as a land? Do I want to do what did we call it yesterday? The Splans?
Right. What am I doing with this Spland exactly?
And electing instead, we're going to use that mana to Field of Ruin that Faceless Haven. So no creature land over on Happy Smurf side, which makes the most sense in all honesty. I mean, I think of the creatures that Happy Smurf could play out, they're the one that can dodge sweepers is probably a big part of that. And still, being able to hold up Jwari if they choose to, but no, electing to play that down as the Spland. And Yorvo off the top for Happy Smurf.
Okay, lots of different options coming down here for Happy Smurf, potentially playing a Yorvo or a Scrap Heap Scrounger and keeping up the Heroic Intervention. We do know that Yawgmoth has got a lot of removal spells in that Heroic Intervention. It's going to do something this game at some point.
Yeah, not so great against Soul Shatter, but certainly against the sweepers, as you were mentioning earlier. This seems totally fine. They've got 6 power on the board, and that is certainly more than enough to end the game. We're seeing the Brainstorm coming out of Yawgmoth going the top ones. No lands.
No lands here, yeah. Maybe we're going to say goodbye to that Torrential Gearhulk since we can't cast it. We do find a tutor in Final Parting. This is another one that doesn't get a lot of play in any of the other formats. But
it looks like
helpful.
That's what's going on top. It looks like they're putting that away. I mean, it is their full mana base.
Yeah, I mean, If I'm Yawgmoth, I think we need to find some more lands, but maybe just the tools that we have here are serviceable enough. We can cast either Counterspell or Soul Shadow this turn, and then in following turns, we can dig with the Hydroid Crisis for some more lands to get that Torrential Gearhulk out.
Yeah, all right. Well, looks like Mythos and Final Parting going on top. Hydroid Crisis feels a little weird here because I guess you know what you're going to be casting. And yeah, I mean, now this seems to be going really well for Happy Smurf. They're going to be able to hold on to this Heroic Intervention. They've already got the 6 mana, and Death Gorge Scavenger is just going to be getting all these cards out of the bin and growing thicker and thicker. 7 damage going on through.
It's going to be tough to, it's funny that Necroblosom's Snarl, or whichever the Snarl was off of that Explorer, was a really pivotal turn because this Death Gorge Scavenger is going to have no end of cards to eat out from the opponent's graveyard to get that +1 power. Cracking in for 4 a turn, and Yawgmoth already at 9.
Yeah, Soul Shatter is certainly a tough one in this scenario. I mean, Scrap Heap Scrounger is going to be sacrificed all day, especially with some creatures already in the bin there. But yeah, just holding on to Heroic Intervention, knowing, we don't need to go super fast. We do have the way. They've stumbled on land a couple of times here, and seems like we're going to get that Hydroid Crisis firing off 4/3, getting to draw 2 cards there, which is nice.
Soul Shatter does force the opponent to sacrifice a creature with the highest mana value.
You're right.
That's
sorry.
A boon. Yeah, no, that's good news for Yawgmoth. No worries. Yeah.
Strictly better Edict effect, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. They get to pick a creature or a planeswalker, so it's actually could be occasionally awkward if you need to take out one of their creatures and it has to hit a planeswalker. But it's gonna be able to beat Death Gorge unless some other end is met for Death Gorge here. Looks like a block on that Crisis.
Yeah, and they are A-OK doing that. In goes Scrap Heap Scavenger. They're going to be able to both Burning Tree Emissary and Skoos and still hold up 1 mana for Skoos and Heroic Intervention. So the threats are still here, and into the north off the top for Yawgmoth. Still no land is not quite what they're looking for here.
Yeah, it's getting close to the end here for Yawgmoth. They've got to find something soon. About the only card that Happy Smurf is really worried about from the opponent's deck is Languish, or just, successive cheap spells to deal with all of these creatures. So we'll have to see if, depending on what comes out of Happy Smurf's deck and their plan next turn, they might be able to push these 7 damage through.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing in comes Lethal. Yawgmoth likely gonna go for the Soul Shatter here to stay alive. So goodbye, I guess, to any of them. They get their choice here. They're all 2 mana.
There's a smaller one. There's one with less power. That pump spell Hash Up Oasis can only be activated as sorcery. So Happy Smurf chose not to go for that this turn.
Yeah, playing the safe play here, and definitely respected. I mean, the Deathless Knight, the Hash Up Oasis, multiple ways kind of to get through that. So looks like Yawgmoth's gonna stave off death for another turn, and we'll have enough mana to activate Torrential Gearhulk, although not a ton of spells.
Hold your horses there, pal. Yawgmoth is tapped, and there are plenty of creatures in the graveyard for Skoos to eat up.
You're right. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Soul Shatter couldn't take out the Scavenging Ooze. All those creatures costing 2 mana, and so Happy Smurf got their choice of which one to sacrifice, and the Skoos just got to do the Skoos thing.
Yeah, I mean, enough creatures going to the bin. Yeah, holy moly!
Meet an ooze eating all of the lunch.
Yeah, there was
getting bigger.
Yeah, there was so many lines for the kill there for Happy Smurf, and they just kind of rode that to victory. We're seeing a similar problem as last game going on for Yawgmoth. They've elected to keep the in big parentheses 2-lander and seize the land on top. They have the Scry land. How do you feel about that keep?
Yeah, I don't hate that keep. It's got a Doomglade you can cast for sure, and a Power Word Kill. Those are both extremely live cards in this matchup. They would like to see some more lands, obviously, but they managed to scry one to the top. They've got another scry. Eventually, this is sort of interesting. Leading on the Brainstorm here is risky. I like that it uses their mana, of course, but it kind of turns off the value of the Temple of Malady. I mean, you can scry a card to the bottom for sure, but you don't get to dig further into your deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they want, though. Sure. Having seen from them, they are running the Tainted Pact combo. Absolutely. So, having that near the bottom could be within. I mean, knowing that card's on the bottom
Right. No,
for them
that's
could
a
be
great point, Ben. Actually, just like knowing that your Jace Unraveler of Secrets is right at the bottom of your library, so you can set up a win with Tainted Pact. We might see that near the end of this game. Who knows?
Paradise Druid, the card that dodges a lot of what Sultai serial combo can do to get rid of on the board now. They're thinking about this Garruk. That is mana that could potentially counter something, if they've got the Jwari. They elect to go with Vivian, maybe Garruk being a little bit more centric to their plan. Upticking on the Vivian, given those 2 counters to Paradise Druid. And Ben was talking about this earlier, Mr. Wheeler. Does Power Word Kill make it into your removal suite? In this case, it does, and seems to do work.
Absolutely, yeah. Power Word Kill has some misses, but still a really strong removal spell to rely on for most matchups. Doesn't kill every devil that's going to ping you down when you try to chump block, but going to make quick work of a tapped Paradise Druid there. And that's nice that sequence went about as well as Yawgmoth could have possibly hoped. They don't have the removal. They don't have the counterspell removal to deal with these planeswalkers before they get any value out of the planeswalkers, and their hand's really set up to kill creatures. So, we might see a Doomblade targeting a Garruk token that's been turned into a 7/7 or something later on here.
Yeah, I mean, and now we're getting to pick apart that hand using that Inquisition of Kozilek. Goodbye to Heroic Intervention, something that, while they didn't really need in that last matchup, Happy Smurf was really leaning on it as sort of this like protection sort of thing. So a bit back and forth. We've got 2 planeswalkers now over on the mono green Stompy side, testing the waters with that Vivian, I think, really, really well for them. That if they were going to counter something, they would certainly counter the planeswalker. So now we've got Garruk and Vivian together. By their powers combined, they make a 5/5 beast token.
Yeah,
and that's something spooky.
I guess it could be a 10/10 next turn if we don't kill it here.
Yeah.
Yawgmoth trying to decide whether they want to just fire off that Doomblade or cling to dust. I think this is okay. We could play a Swamp and then a Jace next turn. So, it's just a Super Friends War. And hopefully within the next 2 draws, Yawgmoth's deck will provide the answers to all of these green problems.
Yeah, they've certainly been kind of going 1 for 1 on a lot of the cards that are coming out of Happy Smurf's deck. But green, does a really, really good job at making a lot of its cards 2 for 1s in a lot of aspects. Playing this, getting to draw and replace it, or any of those kinds of things. So I mean, Savala also just a great example of the way that green seems to have a way to kind of maintain the offensive on the board when they're on the beatdown like this.
Okay, Garruk at least not getting any value out of his +1 this turn. And Vivian choosing to use her minus to deal damage to Jace. So
which one's the control deck again?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great question. Yawgmoth really up against it quickly here. And again, I mentioned it. It's like the Power Word Kill and the Doomblade. If those were just the Jwari Force Spike and the Sensor, maybe we don't have these planeswalkers down on the table making our lives heck.
Yeah, so a real nice play there. Cling to Dust, exiling Heroic Intervention out of the Happy Smurfs graveyard, giving them the draw, and they see a Scarab God on top. That could be, a relevant way to stop them. We saw it in the mono red game, trading very, very well, repeatedly putting it in their hands, and there's some spicy things that could be in a mono green player's graveyard. So
absolutely, yeah. I'd love to see the Scarab God come out and maybe try to tango with all these planeswalkers and the Stone Coil. Stone Coil, often forgotten, does have a protection from multicolored ability.
Yeah,
but maybe there'll be an answer to Stone Coil, and then Scarab God can handle the rest of the threats. But going to take 7 from the Stone Coil coming in first with Garruk Bump.
The snake is big, and Savala is also going to really, really take advantage of how large the snake is getting, and the board gets wider.
I'm sorry, that was just the Vivian pump last turn. Yeah, and then another beast token. Gosh, this mono green Stompy's deck, they go quick.
Yeah, it's really pumping. So we've got to solve the equation. So Yawgmoth does have the ability right now to tutor for something that might help them out. Maybe it's an instant or sorcery on that one, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, search your library for any instant or sorcery. They haven't made their land drop yet, so they've got 7 mana available. So they could get any 4 mana spell and cast it immediately. Languish
Damnation?
doesn't. Yeah, no,
On
Damnation's not in.
Oh no. Okay.
They're 1 mana short from going Crux of Fate. That could kill all the creatures. Sadly, the Garrick and the Vivian are still a problem. But maybe they're trying to check their list real quick here to see if they think they have anything that could save them. The Scarab God alone, not
going to do it.
Not good enough. Yeah.
I imagine between the Vivian kind of being able to shoot it out of the way and then the pump from Garrick.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little too slow to try to slam down a Scarab God and hope for the best.
I'd be lying if I didn't say how flabbergasted I am at the fact that both Day of Judgment and Wrath of God are on Arena, but Damnation hasn't made the cut yet.
Right. Seems like they're just waiting for the right historic anthology that needs the extra padding to sneak it in.
Yeah.
I think you can play Bontu's Last Reckoning. We've got that going for us.
Oh, that's
Could be
true.
wrong about that. But
Goes
that's
for
not a very
Yahini's
exciting
expertise.
option. It's pretty desperate. Okay, we dug for Yahini's Expertise. Not bad. So this is the choice to leave Languish in our deck, I guess, because I don't know that we're casting another spell.
No, that's just getting rid of those.
Yeah.
We've still got to deal with this snake. And we're going to be 1 off of lethal.
A big trampling snake, and we need to rip an answer to it right off the top. It has to be cheap enough that we can also play the Scarab God. And actually, I think even the Scarab God trying to block the Thrashing Brontodon.
It's Kefnet.
Yeah, I think Garrick kind of ensures that there's almost nothing that we could possibly do.
Yeah, down goes the Kefnet, but Yawgmoth doing exactly what they should do in this scenario. Playing to your outs. Maybe they don't activate the Garrick.
Absolutely. Maybe they won't give this dinosaur trample.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't make it an 8 power.
Boy, howdy. These are biggins.
Yeah.
This one bird can't really stop this hate.
Well, we only saw one of the many mono green stompy decks that enrolled in yesterday's day 1 tournament make it through to the top 8, but we really got to see the power of this deck in this matchup. And I think this matchup's still pretty close. I would say. I'm not sure if some of the veteran Gladiator players out there feel like mono green has a great matchup against Sultai. I know that there's a lot of interactive spells in the Sultai deck that could have been drawn that match up better, and also the combo win potential I think is exciting for them. But didn't go Yawgmoth's way this time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a non-zero amount of land stumbling, I think, today so far from a number of the control decks. And, with these beatdown strategies, that's a harsh beat to have from the word go, because not only are you fighting against potentially, I mean, in this matchup, what people are saying is one of the strongest decks in the format. You're also fighting your own deck, hoping that you can just kind of get your spells and play the lands on curve so that you can actually get some of these answers out. Because there's going to be a lot of threats getting resolved in this kind of matchup.
And we saw a really smooth draw out of Happy Smurf's deck there, just able to use most of their mana for the first 5 turns, deploy big, powerful threats that had, words on them, some kind of extra bonus they were getting out of their cards. That Scavenging Ooze for the pump lethal, the protection from multicolored being really relevant there, even though we never saw the Scarab God come down. So that just the value of all the green cards of 2020 Magic.
Yeah, that was a tough one. But I mean, what that does mean is we've got a very, very interesting semifinals kind of coming on up here. Every single deck is a different archetype, which is so cool to see. I always get excited whenever something like this is happening in a tournament. We get to no mirror matches. It's just everybody playing something cool and different and really showing off the uniqueness of this format. Now, moving into the semifinals, Nelson and I are going to be shuffling out here. We're going to see Amy and Serge come on in and do the commentating for those semifinals. I will see you later in the finals, but this is it for Nelson. Nelson, did you want to say goodbye to all the lovely folks watching at home?
I'd love to. Goodbye, lovely folks. Thanks so much for watching, and thank you as well, Ben, for casting with me. I had a great time this morning.
This was awesome. I love working with you, buddy. This was really, really great, and I look forward to the next one. So this is it for Nelly and I. We're gonna send you back over to the news desk. Ben, Maria, how you doing up there?
Hey, Hey, Ben and Nelson, great job. Hard hands on your commentary there through the quarters. But yeah, hey, Maria and Ben Wheeler with you at the news desk. Ben, thoughts on Mono Green Stomp Stomp? Oh, well, you got to turn yourself off mute, buddy, else I can't hear you.
Sorry, I got a call from Yawgmoth again. I mean, day one was hard enough. Day two, I mean, first I had to talk to Urza. Now I have to talk to Yawgmoth. I got Fraley's faxing me.
Weird.
And it was all just the same thing. And it's the same thing I'll tell the folks at home. Big thing, just large. Wow. It's so difficult to get these kind of cards off the board, be them high loyalty on these planeswalkers, be them high toughness on the creatures. And it's that's a really interesting matchup to see, because you would assume like, oh, green player plays a creature, control player kills the creature, tale as old as time. But that's evidently not the case, and because of that, now we got a top 8 with 4 different archetypes.
I know,
top 4 even.
Super exciting. Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket here to check out where we're at in the tournament when we get to the semifinals. Here we've got Mono Red Aggro versus Sultai Control. Is it Control versus Mono Green Stompy will be our 2 semifinals. Very excited for that, and we're going to set up the first one for you. But before we do, we're taking a halftime here to do something that I forced the Loading Ready Run team to do yesterday when I said I wanted to play Stump Wheeler again. Yeah,
I'm excited.
Go.
Yeah, all right. Let's and what is exactly Stump Wheeler? This as the titular wheeler, this seems weird to ask, but refresh my memory, please.
Look at this. Great setup. I'll hit the ball right off the tee. So yeah, Stump Wheeler here. I've taken to Scryfall and I've hit the random button. Okay. And this guy claims to know every single Magic card that's ever been printed. And
now, hold on. Hubris is in my brand, but not just complete, like, full-blown making an ass out of. Actually, no, what? Never mind. It is. Continue.
All right. Every single Magic card ever printed. And I'm going to try and stump him here. Yesterday we played. He got 8.5 out of 10. Or maybe we rounded it up to 9. I can't remember. But we'll see if we can get a perfect score today. Though I doubt it. Because I went for the most random of random. But you know what? You're probably still going to know him and blow my mind. Okay, we're going to kick things off with Oracle's Vault.
Oracle's Vault. That's from Amonkhet. It's got like a Sphinx on it.
Yeah.
It's a 4-mana artifact. There are brick counters involved.
That's right.
Yeah, you pay 2, tap it, and you exile the top card of your deck. And you can play that card until the end of your turn. And it gets a brick counter. And then it has an ability, a brick house ability, if you will. Where if this house is all brick, you get to do the same thing, but you get to, if you're casting a card, you don't have to pay the mana.
Wow. All right. I'm giving it to you. That's Oracle's Vault. Unbelievable. I was like, who in their right mind remembers what this card does?
Who in the right mind would try to play this in a competitive format like Canadian Highlander? I can't think of anyone.
All right. Coming up next, what about another, I'm not going to give you any clues.
Okay.
Bronze Tablet.
Like Alpha Bronze Tablet?
Bronze
wait, no, that's Copper Tablet. Bronze Tablet. Oh my god. This is. I don't know what this. I kind of know what it does. It's a 6-mana artifact, and it's the art is a bronze tablet, and this is just the kind of quality content you'll see here. It comes into play tapped, and it has a large activated ability that involves exiling stuff. But I don't know what it does. I will get this one wrong. Get this one wrong.
No point for this one, but I do not hold it against you. Look at this card. Look at this abomination.
Oh, yeah. I tried to pick this up. Didn't have time to read it. I picked aside
the novel.
Yeah, I got a weekend set aside to try and read it. And by the end of the first sentence, it was Monday. And
Yeah, this is
Okay,
the best
okay.
part of it. You remove it from your deck before playing if you're not playing for ante. So
Oh, it's an
everybody,
anti card. Oh my.
just FYI, you got to make sure you do that. Okay, we'll move on to this next one
Okay.
with
Okay.
the greatest art that I maybe have ever seen. Molting Harpy.
Oh yeah, this is disgusting art. It's a 1 black 3/2 flyer from Mercadian Masks. It's a 1 black. It's a 2/1 flyer.
Yes,
Circling
there we go.
Vultures is the 3/2. This is a 2/1 flyer from Mercadian Masks still. It's a mercenary, and you have to pay 2 in your upkeep or sack it. And it's just like a full. I mean, it's a harp because it's a bird's body.
What's the creature type? That's what I want to know.
I would say Harpy Mercenary.
Very good.
I mean, I
very
assume
good.
Harpy's now a creature type, but I know it's a mercenary.
It's a
'cause-
mercenary, yeah.
Yeah, it's got it's that artwork is if it
There it is.
yeah, there
There
you
it is.
go.
Nightmare
Oh my
Fuel.
god. Ugh.
Nightmare Fuel. Okay, you get a point for that one. Next up,
Okay.
I love this card's name, Junk Diver.
Oh, yeah. Did you pick birds intentionally? See, Junk Diver. This is a 3 mana 1/1. It's a flying artifact bird. When it dies, you get to bring an artifact from your hand back to your from your graveyard to your hand. This is a pet card of mine. I love this card. Cute
This
little
is
bird.
he's very good, very cute boy.
Urza's Destiny was the first printing.
Garbage in, treasure out. Good
Yeah.
bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very good.
What about this little oddity I have here? Dream Cash.
Okay, this is from Visions. It's 2 and a blue. It's a sorcery. There's just like somebody sleeping and you're like, right? I think it's Brainstorm. So you draw 3 cards and then you can put 2 on the top of your deck or on the bottom of your deck.
Yes, very good. You get the point. There he is, taking a little coin nap.
Yeah. This is Eternal Magic players. They love Brainstorm so much. The things they'll do to try and get multiple copies of that card.
Okay, up next we have Veilstone Amulet.
This one is from I want to say Future Sight.
Yes.
It's a 3. Oh, is it a 3 mana or 2 mana? It's an artifact. I'll get the cost in a second. It's an artifact, and it says, when you cast a spell. Oh wait, yeah. When you cast a spell, until end of turn, your creatures have Shroud, and I want to say it's 3 mana.
All right, show it to him.
If not, it's 2.
I mean, we should give this to you.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have-
hexproof. Sorry.
It doesn't say Shroud, but can't be the targets of spells or abilities or whatever. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Close enough.
Thank you.
Veilstone Amulet.
Very good pulls for this one, Maria.
Okay, all right. I'm doing
pulls
good.
for
I'm
this
doing
one.
good.
Yeah,
All right,
you're
all
doing
right.
great.
This one's art is also exceptional. Cemetery Reaper, what does it do?
Cemetery Reaper is 1 and a black for a 2/1 zombie from Odyssey. You sacrifice a to exile a card in a graveyard.
I'm gonna tell you.
No, that's Crypt Break. Or no, wait, hold on. Sorry, Cemetery Reaper is.
Don't look at your screen. Don't look at your
No,
screen.
I'm not.
Okay.
Cemetery Reaper is a lord. It's 1 black for a 2/2 zombie. First printed in M10. Other zombies you control get +1/+1, and you can pay 3 and tap it to exile a creature card to make a 2/2 zombie.
Yay!
I'll take a half
there we
point
go.
for that issue. It's Crypt Reaper is what I'm thinking of. I got really excited because that was one of my first cards I ever owned. So I was like, oh, I know it.
But this guy is like really cool. Like that tongue, get out of here. That's a great.
Oh
great
yeah,
piece of
that's
artwork.
that's just phenomenal artwork.
All right, here we go. We go.
Okay.
This one, Marton Stromgald.
Oh, see, I know what this card does because I don't own one. I have been looking for a copy of this idiot. Sorry, I'm a little upset. It's from Ice Age. It's a 4 mana 1/1, but this is where it gets you. It's a legendary human knight. When it attacks, other attacking creatures get +1/+1 for each attacking creature that isn't Martin.
Yep.
And then the same thing for blocking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. If you have a Martin Stromgall, please P.O. Box LRR. Attention to mail time.
Unbelievable. I saw this. I was like, this is so random. How does anybody know what it is? All right. This next one is incredible.
Okay.
And I didn't know it existed.
Okay.
All Hallows Eve.
Oh, well, this one uses, I think there's still scream counters for this one. It's from Legends. It's a sorcery. I don't know what the current wording is going to be, so you'll have to excuse me.
Yeah, that's fine.
But it's basically a sorcery that gets exiled with scream counters, and then on your upkeep, you remove a scream counter until you remove the last one. When you move the last one, everybody brings all creatures from their graveyard to play.
All right.
Yeah, it's a Christopher Rush art. It's an absolute classic. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah,
this is so great. I had no idea this card existed. I'm like, what? Scream counters?
Maria, it's a great combo. What you do is you set up your Sylvan Library with your Verdant Force or whatever, and then you millstone yourself to ensure that you can.
Wow, incredible. Okay, do you know what? Okay, how about this last one?
Okay.
All right, let's go. Aisha Tanaka.
Aisha Tanaka. Oh, this is. Oh, wait. Hold. So this is Legends.
Yes.
She's an archer, I think. Aisha Tanaka. I think she's white. No, maybe. I think I'm gonna get really mad if it's the other one, but I think. Is this Torwauki? I always get the two mixed up. I believe she's from Legends. She's multicolor. The art is just a face, right? There's a face and armor.
Yes, correct.
And she has banding.
Yeah.
And she counters activated abilities unless they pay white.
Oh my god!
I don't know. I think she's white, blue, or two white, blue.
Yes, you're correct.
She's got a lot of. Oh yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh, but she only gets artifacts. I'll take a half point.
We'll give you a half point for that.
Yeah, I'll take a half point.
So your final score is 7 out of 10. So not quite as good as yesterday, but I was a lot meaner to you today.
Yeah, some of these are. I would have been more upset if I got some of these right. I would have been like, oh, maybe I should use my time better. When's the last time I called my mom? Wow,
I am so incredibly impressed. Just unbelievable. Well done, Wheeler. Everyone give it up for Wheeler in chat with the claps, because that was incredible. They should rename Scryfall Wheeler's Brain. Yes, I agree. That would be lovely. Wow. Really, really fantastic. But yeah, let's get back to the tournament here after our little stretch break there with Stumpo. Wheeler, we've got semifinal match number 1 coming up. So we're going to watch Dogpool versus DeSavlos. Let's quick refresh people's minds on these decks. Let's bring up Dogpool's deck versus the mono red deck that we saw first thing this morning. What do you make of this deck, Wheeler?
So, especially in this kind of matchup, you're going to want to push a bit of damage earlier, because you kind of just accept that your creatures are going to die. And then later on, you're going to rely on 2 things. Throwing a bunch of burn at their face, which you gotta love it. Or having a bunch of tools that allow you to attack through just annoying roadblocks. So cards that come to mind are like On Crop Crasher.
Sure.
You're gonna want stuff like this. You're gonna want Cartouche of Zeal. Cards that basically just say, hey, you thought you could block, but JK, you can't. It's Cartouche of Zeal. And this is a great example too, because like if we're looking at sorcery speed kind of removal out of the Sultai deck, you are going to want to sandbag so that you can play a creature, play the Cartouche, give it haste, and then make it so they can't block. Basically just subvert any kind of expectations they had with what their life total was going to be. That's the name of the game for this match.
All right, let's take a look at the other deck here. Sultai Control in the hands of DeSavlos. this deck seems to have it all versus mono red, but we've seen mono red get the job done before.
For sure. I mean, it has a lot of tools to deal with it, but at the same time, if you just spend the game blowing up their creatures, kind of one-for-oneing, you're going to fall behind. Even if you have a larger, a 5-drop to catch you up, like a Scarab God or, a Hydroid Krasis, a Cavalier of Thorns. And so Disavlos will need to, you're going to have to kill off a thing here or there. But at the same time, you will need to play more cards like Cavalier onto the table. Stuff that gets in the way, but also just threatens to kill people. I mean, this card's huge. It blocks flyers. It gets whatever you need out of your graveyard after it does die. But importantly, it hits your opponent for a quarter of their life total. Because you can't just sit on your do laurel wreaths have thorns? That's what I was going for. But you can't just sit on it. You have to turn it sideways. Cards like Kazandu Mammoth as well are going to be really important. Something that will play the role, a flexible role of, hey, I'm going to be your land drop if you need me to be your land drop. I'm going to hit the table and probably just be a 3/3. But if I'm a 3/3 that eats a burn spell or trades with a creature, that's going to be okay. Because you could get me back with any of your recursive tools, or, if I stick around, I might just be able to help kill your opponent. Because, any kind of fetch land, any kind of way of playing multiple lands a turn. And this Mammoth is hitting for 5, 7, just absolutely ludicrous numbers.
All right, there you go. Sultai Control versus Mono Red Aggro. It's our very first semifinal here at the Great Big Gladiator Games, $1,000 in the prize pool. So it's coming down to the wire here for these players. When we come back, we've got Amazonian in the booth with Surge. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Great Big Gladiator Games. We are in the midst of the semi-finals here. We're talking about the folks who are all gunning for the top 2 spots. So I'm Amy the Amazonian. I'm here with Serge Jaeger, and we're going to hop right into the action. We already saw a little bit about these decks before the break. It's going to be Mono Red versus Sultai Control.
Started out with 200 plus players, and we're down to the final 4, and this is very, very exciting.
So do you have a favorite among these two? I know that we watched Disavlos play a few times yesterday, but this is going to be my first time casting Dogpool's Mono Red.
I think Mono Red is favored, maybe not with this particular starting hand, but when you build a control deck, it's not a one-shop answer everything style of deck. You have to figure out, are you going to be trying to block the aggressive decks, the mid-range decks? You're trying to prey in the control mirror. And I don't feel as though this control deck in particular is very well suited. There is some life gain in cards like Uro. There are a couple of early 2-mana 0/4s, but the early interaction I feel is a little missing. And if Dogpool comes out fast, it's going to be pretty tough.
Alrighty, I see that Disavlos has a good card for an opener here. This Elvish Reclaimer can sit in front of one goblin, but it can also be stomped on by the Bone Crusher Giant. And then it comes down to the Kazandu Mammoth to get anything done, and it's going to be a little while until that can even hit the battlefield because of its 2 green required to be played.
There's an interesting line with that Mammoth as well, is to not go on the aggressive, just to have it as a flexible wall holding back that Fabled Passage to respond to removal spells or combat tricks or whatever you're looking for. Because the goal here, if you're Disavlos, is not to go fast, not to try and outrace the fast deck, but to stabilize and then let those larger threats try and take over the game.
Yeah, but it looks like it is, in fact, time to smash that Goblin Shortcutter, taking a shortcut and getting 5 damage in on turn 3.
That's the fast start you got to be worried about.
Ooh, and we're seeing Disavlos here choosing to go for the Fabled Passage this turn to get as ramped as quickly as possible. This enables 3 lands to enter the battlefield this turn, with the emergent sequence being the third, and that is a 3/3 that can body a lot of these mono-red creatures. Sorry, a 4/4, because it's a lot of creatures. Yeah, because the Fabled Passage counts as 2 enter the battlefields for those lands.
And 4
Very
is sort of a
cool.
magical number as well. Gets out of the range of a lot of those low burn spells. Probably setting yourself up for a nice 2-for-1 where you can block a creature and eat a removal spell. But very fast, very aggressive start from Dogpool here. And we're going to need to see a removal spell for that Carry Zev or something. Otherwise, we're in a bit of trouble here.
Well, it goes both ways, though. So with the island coming in here, Golos and Swamp can hold down the fort for a turn, and Golos can find a World Tree so it can activate next turn and maybe just get the answers that it needs.
So World Tree would help with some blockers. There's a couple of gods in the deck. Notably, we have the Scarab God, we have Alrand, we have Cosmina. None of these gain life, but they will do a pretty good job of clogging up the board. But there is a point where the mono-red deck transitions from trying to force damage through on the ground to just going straight to the face. We see that Phoenix of Ash in hand as a way to just sort of fly over and try and get in the last couple points of damage they might need.
And we're seeing Disavelos check over some man lands there, which could be animated to be additional blockers. Going back over to this World Tree, that fixing, enabling the Golos. And I think that there may have been one gain land, but it does only gain 1 life, which in the grand scheme against mono red might make a difference, or it could just be 1 extra land hitting the battlefield and not really making a difference.
There's some quick math to be done if you're looking at something like Blast Zone as well, but it might be too slow at this point. But both threats are 2 drops. Ultimately, choosing... What did they choose?
Oh, that was the Lair of the Hydra.
Right, the Hydra land, of course.
A brand new card from Adventures into Forgotten Realms, but it does not have reach. None of these do. So the Phoenix of Ash is going to swing in. Kari Zev going to bring Ragavan with her for a big swinging attack here. And Kari Zev herself does have Menace, which makes her very difficult to block. You don't want to burn 2 blockers on it. But there's going to be 4 damage going through here, no matter what.
You have to eventually, because Kari Zev's just going to keep bringing Ragavan back over and over. And going down to 5 here, Kari Zev's still around, the Flyer's still around, makes this pretty scary.
Now Golos sitting there with his friend, the Swamp, worrying that that Phoenix of Ash could be lethal. None of the cards in hand can stop a Flyer, and that Phoenix of Ash also has the ability to get +2/+0 for 3 mana.
This is very close. You kind of just have to hope. At this point, if you're the control deck, you have to hope that they don't have a burn spell, that you get 1 more turn to try and set up here, because the critical mass of blockers is being established. If you've got a turn to find a burn spell, something to deal with that bird, they're close. They're close. This is that tipping point between stabilizing as a control deck or getting burned out.
We're seeing some consideration. Is it okay to swing in here? Do I only need these 2 blockers? Well, there's going to be the Kari Zev and the Ragavan coming in on the ground, so you do need all 3 of these. Unless, of course, one of them is killed by a combination of removal spells. But I think we're just going to see the focus put on the Phoenix here.
Is Pillar of Flame able to go to the dome, or are these only removal spells? Because you see Frostbite and Pillar of Flame.
I believe Pillar of Flame can hit face, but I don't think Frostbite can.
So only going for the air attack here, playing a little bit more conservatively. And they untap, they've got 2 burn spells. Now, it is a little risky. You are against a control deck. There is a chance that they have a counterspell for that, but they're taking the more conservative line here. No point throwing away to Kari Zev. They're at a nice, healthy life total. They can play it a little slower.
Savlos thinking, where could there be an answer? This growth spiral might be able to find one, might be able to find removal for the Phoenix of Ash, but that Phoenix needs to be killed. And of course, Dustovlis does not know about Dogpool's Pillar of Flame. I'm pretty sure this is game. Game 1
This
is
GG.
over.
Yeah. That layer of the Hydra perhaps coming back to bite them. If they had grabbed the World Tree, they may have been able to spin some type of life gain off of Golos right now.
That's why you should always go for the Golos activation. According to me, a person who just really likes activating Golos.
Now, out of curiosity, what happens if there's an attack here? They do have double land to make the Mammoth a 3/3 into a 7/7. Potentially also able to make a very large Hydra here.
But Hydra would need to animate pre-combat, and I think that Dogpool would actually be in a safe enough spot to just be able to block. The Mammoth not having trample makes it a little small. And here is Karn. Karn does give you one more look into the deck, but your opponent gets the ultimate say in which card you retrieve.
Yeah, not a ton of mana left afterwards, too, after the first cantrip and then Karn. May as well look.
This is
No
a
harm in
two-fronted
looking.
attack. Yeah, there's no harm in looking. It's open deck list. It's not like you're revealing extra information. There's a World Shaper and a land. World Shaper, great for filling your graveyard up and bringing back all those discarded fetch lands.
And the swing. I like the attack here. Go down swinging. At some point, don't feel like you played the game and never actually had any agency. Like, nah, we'll go in. Thank you very much.
It's about sending a message, and the
From
message
Hell's
is, "I'm going to die."
And a quick game 1. Dogpool doing exactly what the mono red deck wants to do, coming in fast, coming in aggressive, and getting in there before the Sultai control deck had an opportunity to set up and sort of impose its game plan. Also, though, that keep didn't really have a lot of the early interaction that you're looking for. You need to be able to remove those early threats from the red deck, or try and get your Uro online to get a little bit of a life gain engine functioning as well.
In a 100-card singleton, having one playable blocker and a potential second still isn't going to be enough to handle some very aggressive starts there.
I mean, the other opportunity is to try and race the deck to ramp out a threat they can't really deal with as quickly as possible.
And it can get there. You know, that Mammoth in a different circumstance could have been able to get a surprise lethal. And I do like right here, Dustovlis has a combination of ramp and a body that can be sitting there early on the board. That Quandrix Apprentice really loves all of these instants and sorceries that get cast, help fill up the hand with lands.
I like this 7 quite a bit, and this is the alternate side. This is the deck I'm just going to do my thing. I'm just going to try and go as big, as fast as I can, and eventually I'm just going to win out through card quality. My threats are going to be better than your threats, and then every card I have beats yours. We'll see, challenge me, let's do this. The early removal's tough, though.
Ooh, it's Bone Crusher showing up, being the stomping buddy it needs to be, killing that poor Quandrix Apprentice before it gets a single Magegraph trigger. And there's a Clearwater Pathway in hand, an Abundant Harvest, and Cultivate. So lots of things that could get more lands or could get more answers. But this is going to have to be a turn off. Just ramping, getting to that Nissa, and hopefully eventually that Agent of Treachery.
I like the Cultivate here. You're still at 18 life. It's still pretty healthy. Your opponent hasn't had a chance to develop their board as much. And you've got good interaction. You could potentially double spell with Brazen Borrower both sides, or just slamming the Abundant Harvest in the Planeswalker here. So they're not in too much trouble. The 4/3 does make the clock a little different, however.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant's pretty good at hidden face. And I think Abundant Harvest here is just going to be a dig. Brazen Borrower, not the creature you want to have here, because as a bounce, you don't want to be bouncing Bone Crusher Giant, because then it just comes back with a stomp. And you don't want to be bouncing Soulscar Mage, because it's just a 1-drop. It's not making too much of a difference on this field.
So the Mimic here is another example of how this deck isn't designed to deal with these fast aggressive decks. That's a fantastic card later on. You look at Agent of Treachery, you look at a lot of these big hits, and you're like, this is fantastic. I love this card. Except on this board, you wish
The
it was
Sophos
any answer.
named non-land, but Glasspool Mimic, when you don't have a creature, is just a land. Or it's a dead
unfortunate.
creature.
Well, they want a removal spell, they want a bounce spell, they want a counter spell, they want something interactive, and that feels a little bit... You can see where it would help, but not on this board state. Unfortunately, the Mimic only copying creatures that you control as well, so there's no line here to have it come down as a 4/3 to block.
But here comes Nissa, and this is the landfall Nissa. Nissa is able to animate a land here. You can swing in with it. It's going to get 3 damage in. There are not 2 blockers on the field. But I think Nissa's main purpose here is going to be to absorb some damage. So Dogpool has the choice of ignore Nissa or take it out quickly while they can, so it doesn't become a ramp or a reanimation threat later. We, of course, can see that with 1 more land, Nissa's untap, Agent of Treachery can come down next turn and even maybe steal one of Mono Red's very few mountains.
Cutting the land is interesting. So sometimes a Planeswalker is a win condition, and sometimes a Planeswalker is a fog. And this time, you're pretty happy to just get the extra turn. You know, Nissa took 5, so you didn't. And they're 1 away from this Agent of Treachery. And honestly, Agent of Treachery into Glasspool Mimic afterwards, starting to feel a little bit more okay.
2 Agents of Treachery.
Yeah.
All right, and the Prankster is going back to hand. 5 damage to face. No reason not to play this Brazen Borrower as well. Start your own clock on Dogpool.
I really like the Pyromancer. I think this is an underrated card in the red aggressive decks.
Oh, it's such good, face damage. I also love this Banneret because it is flexible as a threat. Because I feel like Agent of Treachery taking one of these attackers here and being a blocker will have some trouble dealing with the Banneret. It becomes the must-block card. Even on just 3 mana, 1 more land comes down there, and it can get big.
Yeah, taking the biggest creature there. Unfortunately, it is tapped, but not getting hit for 4 feels pretty good, even if you're not trading with one of their creatures.
Ooh, and I see a spicy card right now. The Goblin Chain Whirler just got drawn, and something kind of fun happens when you have a Goblin Chain Whirler and a Soulscar Mage. All your opponent's creatures get -1/-1 counters. But it looks like it's time for some pranks. The spiteful prankster are going to cause some trouble here, cause some mayhem, and probably take that Agent of Treachery off the board.
We've seen this in previous matchups as well, just how much work this prankster can put in, just the amount of damage. Also the nightmare it makes combat math. Now, opting to go to the Dome here, which they might regret when the Glasspool Mimic comes down as a second copy. I guess they're feeling pretty confident.
Prankster is about to change hands.
Oh my goodness. With the Chain Whirler, they're probably feeling pretty good about the opportunity to clear the board there. Oh, Prankster can't shoot creatures, though. Okay, never mind. They did the line.
It only hits players or planeswalkers.
Okay,
see, this is the trouble we had.
Never mind. Genius play.
Us not knowing these jumpstart cards from the Devil Pack.
Absolute 5-head play from Dogpool here. Ignore my 4-head commentary.
And there's also a nice card in Dazavlos' hand, that Erebos' Intervention. That's removal and emergency life gain.
The flexibility of the intervention there. We were talking about this a little bit in day 1 as well, on the double duty that these modal cards will do in a format that doesn't allow you to sideboard between matches. And they're aware of the interaction between the Soulscar Mage and the Goblin Chain Whirler, so down it goes. They don't want their whole board. Well, they're going to lose a couple creatures here, but not as many as they would otherwise.
And those creatures dying, not the worst thing in the world. The spiteful prankster is going to make up for it and get some damage to face. And now it is 1-1. Mono Red Aggro and Sultai Control are tied in this semifinal. Who's going to make it through?
So great game by the Sultai Control deck. Not with the early interaction plan, but the I'm just going to ignore you and try and Goldfish and race you until the quality of my cards beats out yours. And they got there. It was close. I liked the Planeswalker play. I liked being able to absorb the 5 damage there. And you have to ask yourself, if you're dog pool, if you're the aggressive deck, where do I need to be committing my resources? Because as you can see, it's a race. Can you afford to take that turn off of going to the face to allow your opponent to untap with a fresh source of mana? You're getting the extra land, or are you afraid enough of that threat that you have to take it off the board as quickly as possible?
So I do like Dogpool's narrative storytelling here. A hover in the hand is worth 1,000 words. We saw a furious scroll between the Faceless Haven and the snow-covered mountain, then going back to the Burning Tree Emissary. It costs 2 red to be cast, so it's all about getting that red mana, and there it is!
Never
chain
didn't
together
have
a
it.
spell one of these turns. And it looks like it's going to be, just maximum damage, going for the Pillar of Flame,
Oh, wow.
Rimrock Knight, hitting face. That's 7 damage turn 2.
Turn 2!
Turn 2, 7 damage, no
Oh
big
my
deal.
goodness.
Now it's time to tutor for an answer. Do you get one of the quick and easy board wipes? Do you get a land? What do you need to stop the menace that is this whole Scar Mage?
Honestly, Uro in a position like this might be fine. It's the acceleration with the lands in hand. It's also some life gain, and it's also a bit of inevitability. You really need those early plays, though. You really need to start interacting with this board, so I wouldn't even be surprised if it was just a cheap removal spell.
There's
I'm
Fatal
also
Push
not-
always available. There's, we're talking about that Uro. There it is.
Yeah.
There's that life gain. It's life gain and ramp. And when you have 4 lands in hand, I definitely see that Uro being a really good way to just progress forward and get to your own bigger threats.
Here's the big Burning Tree turn. Classic in RDW. Now, no spell to pump the mage. All right, let's see what kind of value we start getting out of Uro out of here. This is a potentially a couple of big turns here. Undoing a significant amount of damage from the previous 2 turns. Getting ahead on mana. They're going to be able to cast... We got the Gitrog monster. We got Golos. They've got options.
They got options, but they're about to take a lot of damage. Oof! The Faceless Haven can now be animated, or both the Infuriate and the Skewer the Critics could be cast, but you may as well save those for the next turn, swinging in and bringing Disavlos down to 5.
The quick check in the graveyard. Does my Cling to Dust hit anything here? Oof. Very tricky
it's-
turn.
Really, really hard to get rid of that Faceless Haven as well.
Yeah.
Faceless Haven, because it dodges so much sorcery speed removal, is just going to sit there and animate when it needs to. So Quandrix Apprentice is a blocker. Same thing with Incubation Druid. And that Fabled Passage could be cracked for Cling to Dust to gain some life if a creature is in the graveyard. Right now, the only creature in the graveyard is Uro, and exiling your own Uro feels bad. Oh, but we're just going to see the lethal to face Royal Eruption and Skewer the Critics.
And that is GG. And that's that transition we're talking about. You go on the board until your opponent starts to clog it up, and you've got all these leftover resources to just finish it off by avoiding the board. Well done.
Absolutely. Love to see mono red aggro shine in a singleton format. Shows that there's just enough red threats to get through. And we do see Disavlos here is considering, well, I can live right now before we get to combat.
I mean,
By
they can
Cling to
cling to dust their
Dusting.
own Uro.
Their
They
own
are
Uro.
not
That's 3
just
life.
dead here. Maybe we're a little preemptive.
Oh no, there's still an Infuriate in hand. They did. Swing in here. That's only 2 blockers.
Oh, they're dead on board as well.
and
yeah.
the amount of damage is stunning.
To come this far, to make it to the final 4 out of 200 people, you're absolutely going to take a little second there. Don't be too hasty with the concede. Make them have it. Make sure there's nothing, no line you missed. And well played. And congratulations to Dogpool on advancing.
Dogpool making it to the finals. That's going to be one mono red deck that's going to be facing off against the winner of our next game. But before we go to that, we're going to head to the desk to see what they thought about the match.
All right, Mono Red getting you mono dead. Welcome back to the news desk here, Maria Bartholdi. Benjamin Wheeler, your thoughts, Wheeler, on that match?
I mean, I gotta admit, I was rooting for Sultai. I like that deck. At every other card, I was like, oh, okay, getting. I see ya. But yeah, that's. I mean, that just shows how punishing red can be, and how, you know, even if you have some of the tools, you might not have enough, or you might not have the right tools. Given how explosive that hand was in particular, it would be, you know, as far as red hands go, that's the kind of hand that could get punished by spot removal, by, you know, just a Doom Blade at the right time, and that's, you know, we're saving a whole bunch of life there. But I mean, hey, Cowboy Magic, make them have it. Just throw down all that pump, burn at the face, and try to get that W.
I mean, and that's what the red deck does. Let's take a look at our bracket here as we get ever closer to the finals match here at the Great Big Gladiator Games. Here we are in the semis. So we've got another one here, Dogpool, moving on to the finals with that mono red aggro deck. But coming up next, we've got Glum Lee versus Happy Smurf. This is It Control versus mono green Stompy. Dogpool needs an opponent. Let's quickly go over these two decks here that are going to battle in our second semifinal, starting off with Is It Control in the hands of Glum Lee. Tell me, how do you feel about this deck in this particular matchup against green?
So against green, you don't have, and this will be relevant if Glumly does end up moving on to the finals. There is one card in this deck, I believe, that refers to gaining life, and that's Maze Mine Tome. So, you know, if we're getting hit by 5-drops, if we're getting hit by 1 mana, 2 power creatures, we don't have many tools to reverse that. Tome, however, will be one of the tools that they will want, no matter the matchup, you know, just to make sure they can get the right cards at the right time, and also just have a payoff. Green, thankfully, doesn't have a lot of direct damage, so you can rely on something like Tome, where you're like, look, this is, you know, my opponent's played their stuff, they passed the turn, I'm not going to get burned out or whatever, I have the way to fight against a pump spell, so I can safely, you can basically safely set your life total of sorts. It gets a little bit more tricky the more haste creatures there are. But Glumly's going to hope to have burn early on to not get overwhelmed, maybe counter a 4-drop to get themselves into dragon territory, and then, well, beep beep, Glorybringer coming through.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we can get the glorious boy on the battlefield for you here, Mr. Dragon, coming up in this semifinal number 2 versus Mono Green Stompy, one of the most popular decks coming into this weekend. Tell me about this deck versus Is It Control. What has it got to bring home the goods? Is it just beef?
I mean, blue-red has plenty of dragons, but for the mono-green Stompy, there's a real wagon this deck's dragon. I mean, the toughness on these creatures is big. It's very large and often can get around the red removal. That's not always the case, so Happy Smurf will probably need to figure out, you know, early on whether or not they feel comfortable keeping a hand with more aggressive threats and less of a chunkier middle game, which it depends really on the kind of protection that they have as well. They have a bunch of cards like Blossoming Defense is a classic example. This card is a red control player's nightmare because it not only does it provide hexproof for spot removal or any kind of temporary kind of bounce effects, but also just +2/+2. I mean, these creatures are already so big. Giving it +2/+2 is almost guaranteed to get any of these creatures outside of the range of any of the board wipes that are all, of course, damage based out of blue-red. So having cards like that can, you know, really change the course of a game. Choosing when to play some of your more flexible threats, cards like Untamed Kavu, which this is a creature with kicker, and early on, it's a body, that's for sure, and it has a couple of words on it. Some of them might be trample. Some of them might be vigilance. There you go. The important thing is, though, it has a 2 and a 2. And it costs 2. But,
Yeah.
playing that early, if it just dies to spot removal, maybe that's not what you want to do. So it's really up to Happy Smurf here to kind of navigate through when to play these out because they just need some pressure, or when to sandbag them to just be a bigger, fall of the hammer later on to try and get that W there.
Do you have a favorite in this matchup?
I love all my children, Maria, but if I could get a sample,
I don't watch soap operas, but okay. Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
Neither do I. That and nobody can prove that. But if I had to pick, I would probably. I gotta go with Is It just because if I entered this event, that's what I would be playing.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'd probably be on an Is It deck or on a Jeskai deck that is basically an Is It deck that is trying to cast Lightning Helix. So I'm rooting for Is It here, but at the same time, if a bunch of dorky green cards just smash face, glad of it. Power to them. It's
Right.
it's an exciting matchup either way.
We'll find out if your dreams will come true or if Stompy will smash. Coming up, we've got a very short commercial break. When we come back, more Magic, specifically more Gladiator. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Great Big Gladiator Games semifinals. I'm Amy the Amazonian here with Serge Jaeger, and we're about to hop into a match between Is It Control and Mono Green Stompy. So, Serge, you and I were talking a bit about this matchup behind the scenes. What did you think about this upcoming game?
I love this matchup. This matchup is so great, and I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be very competitive, and much like Wheeler, I think I'm also on team Is It Control here. If I were to sit down and on paper try and design a list to beat Mono Green Stompy, it would probably be this deck. It has early interaction, it has early sweepers, so you're trying to get these 2-for-1s to take out the threats, and its top end ends games quickly. So unlike a lot of these slower games where you're trying to play a 5-drop or 6-drop Planeswalker and accrue advantage over time, just beat, play a dragon, win the game in 2 turns.
And this also, we're talking about those dragons. Green is bad against flyers. Barely any cards that have reach. Green does not have its own flyers to really compete with it, especially not in this list. So I think we're going to see either a quick loss on the ground or an aerial victory for the dragons.
That's what I was going to say. The green deck can come out swinging. It has some terrifying curves. Just, have you seen the creatures they've printed in green in the past 3 years in Magic?
Yeah, what is an Elder Gargaroth and why should I fear it? Questing Beast? Cavalier of Thorns? It's insane how good green cards have gotten. They can do it all. And they even have gotten great card draw like the Great Henge.
Not just the finishers at 4 and 5, but just the density of 3-power 2-drops, 4-power 3-drops with extra abilities. They just throw on 3 or 4 keywords. Just have a keyword. Sorry, are you a green 3-drop? Have reach, have trample. Why?
Draw a card when you hit face. Oh, I don't care. You're green. Have whatever you want. So I think we should head into the match and see how it plays out.
Absolutely. I think the biggest decider here is going to be how well the early interaction from Glumly matches up here. Do they have answers? Are they able to turn the corner as the control deck? And I don't think this is...
Well, hey, whoa. Going first, that's removal for 2 things. That's a shock to kill a creature and a syncopate to exile a threat.
Honestly, you're right. On the play, feeling a little bit better about it.
Oh my god, on the draw, I would just be like, I'm throwing this back. This is gone. I cannot with this hand. So Happy Spurth does have a good variety of spells and one of those few creatures with reach. We see the Stone Coil Serpent up in hand and a good mix of lands, many of which will come in tapped because they are MDFCs here. Talk about that Kazandu Mammoth if it needs to be a land. But the Hash Up Oasis next turn does lead up to 3 green mana, which allows for the Mammoth, or the Paragon, or the Stone Coil Serpent, or an Itty Bitty Hydra.
My worry here about this shock is how many 2 toughness creatures are there even in green these days? Sure, you can take out an elf to deal with the early acceleration, but everything else in this hand suddenly out of shock range.
Well, it can just be discarded. That's what Prismari Command is for. You get 2 damage from that. Again, not killing anything here. You'd have to combine it with the shock. You may as well filter down the hand and find another piece of removal like Chandra, Torch of Defiance. Her -4 ability will be able to take out that Mammoth.
Yeah, great hit off the top here. This is something that's going to generate a lot of card advantage and has the ability to clear a lot of these larger booties. But the hits just keep on coming from this green deck. Oh, holy moly.
And the Hydra. Now, if this was X equals 1, it would be in shock range, but it does come with 1 toughness. And it's going to get even bigger.
A little bit demoralizing. Do I have a window? What can I do? I mean, grabbing the 5 damage sweeper off the top feels pretty good. Not great just as a 1-for-1, but wait, not being cast. I was looking at the Hour of Devastation, which is a 5 damage spell here, but maybe they're trying to...
Planeswalkers. I feel like you're sacrificing the Chandra anyway. You may as well make your opponent commit more to the board.
Absolutely, and I think that's the key to victory here for Glumly, is to make, like, look at that, another 5 toughness threat, fantastic. Getting more value out of those removal spells, because they're already behind with cards in hand.
Now, Hour of Devastation, a solid 2-for-1, taking out the Hydra and the Allosaurus before it can even swing. And now, Happy Smurf does have a Planeswalker on a land, but with no land drawn, it's just these 2 drops and a Stone Coil Serpent.
Both players stumbling at 4 mana, hungry for more and just hoping to get there. Interesting turns, trying to figure out which threats to sequence here. They can double spell, or they can play 1 extremely large Stone Coil Serpent.
And speaking of spells, I see a God Eternal Kefnet in Glumly's hand. And that is not the first time we've seen God Eternal Kefnet, nor the second, third, or fourth time. God Eternal Kefnet has probably been the most played creature in the matches we've seen because it just keeps showing up. And it's a huge body in the air that doubles spells. Kefnet is the secret mascot for this entire tournament.
I'd agree with that. It's been putting in work. And I think it's not just the amount of times we've seen it, but the impact it's had every time it's cast. And if you're the Is It Spells deck here, you're going to hit a lot of live hits off the top with it.
So here we go, another card with reach. We're talking about Wildborn Preserver. It's not very big now, but it'll get bigger and bigger and bigger. And with something like Burning Tree Emissary, it could get big enough to block Kefnet. Or wait, oh, she's a human! I didn't realize that. For some reason, I thought Burning Tree Emissary was an elf. My mistake. Well, time for a Primal Might then. Getting punchy and swinging in with the Wildborn Preserver.
This is a big turn here, able to clear the board and push through a significant amount of damage. But of course, the fear with the God Eternal Kefnet is it'll be back, and not even all that long from now either.
Opt was just going to scry anyway. Ooh, Torrential Gearhulk, 1 mana short of casting that.
Yeah,
but here is an Abrade. Boop, it's gone.
With the God Eternal Kefnet on top, you also know you're at least a couple turns away. But I like this. Remove the spell. They've got a counterspell in hand or a scry if not. And yeah, Ranger class, very important to get rid of here. Ranger class with the ability to constantly make your threats larger and get them out of that red removal range. Easy counterspell.
And here comes Kefnet again.
The same Kefnet?
The same exact Kefnet. And Jade Light Ranger is going to look at the top 2 cards. Let's see what we got. The first one is a land, so it goes to hand. And the second one is a land, so it goes to hand. Exploring and getting some good value there.
I think you're very happy to hit land right now. With the 2 spells in hand, if you're Happy Smurf. Happy Smurf, definitely pretty happy right now. And this is This is what I love about the Izzet deck. Anger of the Gods off the top is
But
phenomenal.
it's not even being used. It's just being copied.
But all of your threats also live through these red removal spells. If this was blue-white, for example, and your only option was Wrath of God, you're not able to keep your finishers on the board while you're punching through. And that's just showing the power of this color combination here.
I'm not going to
Nissa,
say
for the
that
first time,
Nissa
probably
is
feels terrible to go onto this board because it's just going to die.
I was going to say, Nissa doesn't feel like a bad card, but against this flyer, there's not a good way to protect it. I think we might be seeing a massive Stone Coil Serpent here. Castle Garenbrig gives 1 extra creature mana, and that Stone Coil Serpent can just become the wall to protect the Nissa, or we could just see the Nissa. Now, Nissa is good at spitting out these 5/5s. But those 5/5s do not protect her all that well against a flyer like Kefnet.
So they found the counterspell they're looking for, but
It is unfortunately one that costs 2 blue, which means that Kefnet's magical discount isn't enough. And swinging in for 5.
I like that. You're like, come on, deck, just give me a counterspell. No, not that one.
Not with a different one, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are 2 counterspells in hand. 1 mana off from a Gearhulk, Anger of the Gods, which does not kill anything on this board.
This is a little scary right now. This Nissa actually putting in some work, can attack and clear it because of 6 loyalty, and no removal spell to sort of deal with the 5/5 that comes down. So they have to take the turn off, hopefully get a big counterspell right now.
You're a judge. What happens if you activate Lair of the Hydra when it's already been turned into a creature by Nissa?
Well, if it's got +1/+1 counters on it,
It's not counters. I'm wondering if it overwrites
typically
Nissa's
the
or if it
second
gets
one,
plus
the
X
second
plus
one will
X.
just set it depending on.
So it looks like we are going to see 2 separate interactions here then.
Yeah, the other Nissa that puts +1/+1 counters on it would act pretty favorably in a situation like that because you keep them.
I appreciate this judgment call. And this mana from the Castle Garenbrig can only be spent on a creature, so it is being spent on a big, chunky Stone Coil Serpent, which is getting countered.
So really tough turn here for Glumly. You're at 9. You probably don't want to block, but you have to ask yourself, what do we do? So quick cycle lets them see what's coming up. And they're like, well, that's an interplay tap land. I don't even guarantee to have the Gearhulk next turn, but opting to take it. Oh, there's the untapped land. That feels good. So now you can start to pressure.
Yeah, that's going to get that Torrential Gearhulk out. It's going to give you a second blocker and a piece of either removal or other interaction, because there are 2 creatures in a way on this board. You have the Nissa Vital Force animating a land, and you also have the Hydra. And that Hydra can be a 4/4 next turn. It could be a 4/4 and not even struggle.
Glumly recognizing the risk right now and opting to keep Kefnet back. Worried about the double threat that you're talking about of both Nissa as well as the Hydra land.
Yes, but the surprise Gearhulk here could be a bit of a blowout. Gearhulk is a massive creature that can
the swings when this thing resolves. Why do you get anything free?
I don't understand. Why can it hit any instant? Ooh, so just going for a lethal-sized Hydra, leaving back enough mana for the Scavenging Ooze, that's going to be rough. So if that Hydra were a 6/6, it would at least be taking out one of these blockers. But instead, we're going to see Gearhulk taking out a blocker, and we're going to see Kefnet taking out an attacker. That's rough.
Yeah, these
That
blocks
is
line
rough.
up.
That is not what you want to do.
Blocks are lining up kind of exactly as you'd want them to right now. I like the Target of Prismari command. Not a lot else to grab in the graveyard right now. It gives us a chance to see some more cards. A little bit of damage on that Nissa. Oh, just another dragon threat. You know, that's fine.
Ooh, just another gigantic flyer. And Imrith is also hand refill, because this is about to be a bit of stabilization for Glumly.
So I think you have to make that attack if you're happy Smurf right now. There is some back and forth if you want the 6/6 or not. which feels pretty bad right now, all things considered. Oh, and the free spell off the top.
Glimmer
Oofa.
of Genius for 2 mana, not even casting one that's actually in hand. Get some sweet filtering and card draw. There's still 5 mana left, but you may as well take out the threat. There's the ooze. It can't eat any creatures from the graveyard. Nissa no longer. Or do you go for face? You have to take out that Nissa because otherwise she is animating lands every turn.
They're just killing you, yeah.
And now the game, even at 4 life, Glumly is looking good. Now a Questing Beast off the top would be a clear shot through. Even a teeny tiny shark can't block it. But looks to me like Glumly's in a really good spot this game.
Another haste dragon? Oofa.
Oh
my goodness.
I love the like, hey, do you want to show that Ionize? No? Just for BM? Don't you wanna? And this is
A point
one
off lethal?
short of lethal?
Oh, they've got, they only have 2 untapped mana, so they don't have the burn spell to
They
finish
don't
it
have
either.
the Electrolyze.
So, respecting the fact that green has access to quite a few haste creatures now, like you mentioned, Questing Beast, potentially some other threats. So they're deliberately keeping a creature back to try and stay safe here.
You
I
do
like
have
this.
to play around Questing Beast in this format
Yeah.
because if you were running green, you probably have it in your deck.
Oh, absolutely. Have it in hand, yeah.
I feel like it's one of those mono green auto includes. So we're going to see a win going to Glumly here, and now we're going to get into the second match. So Happy Smurf 49 needs to take it back from behind. All right, so we've got only 1 land in that hand into a no-lander. Well, sort of a 1-lander. There's an ambush here into a 4-lander, but you gotta throw 2 back. Oof.
Yeah, Oof is right here. They do have the Death Touch threat. Now, worth mentioning, Glumly is without a red source in the early game. They do have 2 dig spells, so they have the potential to try and find it for the early interaction, but it's a little bit risky here. That being said, they are set up to punish the early threats that Happy Smurf is playing should they get that red source.
That red source leans very nicely into shock. And Brazen Borrower can also slow down any aggressive action with a bounce.
Being very respectful of the Brazen Borrower there, not firing it off to bounce any creatures. Instead, using that Curate, really want to find that red source.
And these players, they're trying to get to the finals, so there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, setting up the 1/1 Shark Typhoon blocker here. It's going to trade and ideally draw a red source. Their fingers are crossed at this point. They're like, come on, red source off the top.
Just
I don't
a
ask for
mountain.
much, deck. Not
Well,
like that.
It's a red
Oh,
source. Listen, this is the genie's wish. This is the monkey's paw where you curl the finger and you wish for a red source, but it's a red source that comes in tapped.
Now, the terrifying thing here is Happy Smurf is holding on to the Snakeskin Veil. So even once we get access to red, the first removal spell is getting blanked. That feels really bad. So they've got Brazen Borrower. They're thinking to themselves, okay, maybe I can bounce something. Maybe that'll give me the extra turn I need. We'll see what happens.
Oh no, but this is going to stop it in its tracks. And this is especially rough because now there's a 5/4 on the battlefield, which does not die to many of the smaller pieces of red removal. Scrap Heap, Scrounger, and the Renegade are also swinging in on the sides. You have 3 things to deal with.
I think this is a beautiful showing of how an aggressive deck, when mulliganing correctly, can still be very competitive. And a lot of people will be intimidated to go down to 5. But as we're seeing right here, you can put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, you need to make sure you can play cards. It doesn't matter so much what the cards are. If they make a difference in the game, you just need to be able to play them. Getting down a couple of mana sources early on with some cheap spells, that's how you win games of Magic. And I do like this. It is unfortunately not quite fast enough, but you do have Storm's Wrath. You do have another red source, and you have this mountain. Burning Hands, by the way, is kind of nice here because it does take out the Branch Walker. But it's only one piece of removal, and there are still 3 threats here, and you can only hit 1. So you may as well go to game 3. So now Happy Smurf going first gets the opportunity to land their mana and get the proactive interaction here, like Censor. Stop the threats before they land, or just cycle it away. There's a burn spell here. He's got an Abrade at the ready, a Deliberate to maybe think over some next draws. And here's the Knoll
cycle
Hunter.
there was an interesting choice. Obviously, wanting to be able to censor an early threat's really important, but recognizing that they're short on mana, and they're like, we need to find that other land, is way more important than making them stumble on an early play here.
So the Knoll Hunter is just a bear right now, but if it swings in with 6 total power on the attacking board, it gets a +1/+1 counter each time it does that. So Knoll Hunter might be small now, but it might be big and scary soon. But it needs friends for that to happen. So Ionize getting some burn damage, taking out the Kazandu Mammoth, and now Happy Smurf just hoping to stick something to the board. That Mammoth would have made a big difference. Very often you get the Mammoth into an early Great Henge. That's always a fun play to get. But instead we're going to see the Serpapard. Nice counter spells he got there. They do nothing to me and mine.
That does feel bad, because they sequenced that turn so they could remove the creature on the board and have the Essence Scatter up, and ideally draw the land off the top for the dragon, and they're just like, it's all coming together. And then you see the Cat Snake, and then you miss the 5th land, and you're like, oh no.
Oh yeah. And better yet, the Great Henge. So the Great Henge would be an absolute target for counter spells. There's a Thassa's Intervention in hand, but creatures cannot be countered right now. Bone Crusher Giant can't take this out before a +1/+1 counter is placed, choosing not to. Looks like we're just going to see the swing in from the Serpapard.
The Cat Snake has an ability that makes all creatures uncounterable. Am I reading that right?
Yeah!
Why green? But why?
Because counter spells are the bane of my existence and must be defeated. If you want to make an anti-counter spell deck, Gruul has a lot of cards in Historic that prevent, especially creatures, from being countered.
Now, great hit off the top there. It's very important right now.
Yeah, having that Hour of Devastation does mean you have a way to come back, but what it means you don't have is 5 mana to cast it right now. Prismari Campus sadly comes in tapped, but it does have a really nice scry ability.
Very, very important couple of turns for Glumly right now. Are they able to stabilize? They're looking down at 8 damage next turn, not even including the existence of a pump spell, a turn off from their threats, a turn off from turning the corner. This is a very tense turn.
Got a land in exile. Gives in Electrolyze. Could play the Bone Crusher Giant out as just a 4/3. But instead going for this hold here. So
I wonder if the thought here is to bluff a counterspell in case
I feel like that's what it is. I feel like this is a counterspell bluff. Holding up 3 mana, 2 of which are blue, is the I have a counterspell tell. But Happy Smurf, happy to land a giant beater. So this is the same Nissa we saw last game. She's going to turn a land into a 5/5 and swing it face, and that is 13 damage right there. And unfortunately, Bone Crusher Giant and Electrolyze only deal 2 damage.
Yeah. From Hell's Heart, I stab at thee. And that's another example of the green haste threats that can come down right now. That's 5 extra damage. And if you're Glumly there, you can think to yourself, all right, I can absorb this hit, they can overextend. Next turn, I'm going to wipe the board. Ideally, we let them overextend onto the board as well for the Wrath, which is maybe some of the rationale behind not playing out the 4/3 as a blocker there, because you don't want to Wrath your own creature. And unfortunately, oops, 5 haste damage. And
it's
down
even
goes...
bigger than a questing beast. It's exact lethal, and it means that Mono Green Stompy is going to make it to the finals. We're going to have a stomp off in the final round. It's going to be phenomenal. Mono red, mono green, classic goblins versus elves. Are you ready for it? I sure am. Unfortunately, I will not be casting it, but you're going to have an amazing commentary team joining for the finals. So I'm going to dip out and we're going to head to the booth.
Thank you so much to Amazonian and Surge for those calls in the semifinals. Marie Bartholdi here with a Benjamin Wheeler, and our finals are set, baby. Your reaction?
I mean, this is a different type of off-Broadway than most people might be familiar with, but there will be Stomp. There will be Stompy and Stomp the side Bone Crusher Giant. This is such a... this is a wholesome finals, you know?
It really is.
Yeah, like... If you asked somebody like a Gladiator diehard for, they get 3 picks for decks that they'll see in the finals, I bet a lot of people would have one of these or even 2 of them in their list. But it's, good, great. There's a reason why. It's a fun deck. They're good decks, and these players played extremely well throughout the 2 days.
Yeah, we had more than 200 players registered for this tournament. We had 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday, so everybody who made it to our top 8 battled so hard, and they've been playing so much Magic. And now we finally have our finals set up. Dogpool on Mono Red Aggro versus Happy Smurf 49 on Mono Green Stompy. So set up these finals for us, Wheeler. What can people expect to see from these 2 decks? Do you think one is favored possibly over another? We're going to take a look at the Mono Red deck here, just in case you're joining us for these finals, but what tools do these decks have to beat up on each other?
So red will have either a reasonable time clearing some of the cheaper threats that hit the table, and will try to punch through damage then. Shock isn't doing much against a 5/5. Thankfully, though, Dogpool, almost as if this was an effort into give themselves a better matchup against green decks, and indicative of someone that knows the format, has a lot of pump spells. And I didn't cover this the first time we saw their deck because, well, I don't want to, but I want to put Built to Smash on the board, if you please, because this is something that says they came to... I guess game, that's a word that tends to rhyme with that. It's Built to Smash is just a 1-mana pump spell. It gives target attacking creature +3/+3. If it's an artifact creature, it gets trampled. Now, we do have some artifact creatures, not a lot, but this says, I am here to punch so hard.
Yeah, and this deck could be called Built to Smash.
Exactly. Well, now I'm just flustered because that's better than anything I was going to say and set up. But what cards like this are looking to do as well, it kind of gives the red deck another dynamic where they can crunch in with something that is slightly smaller than whatever giant roadblocks in the way. But if you're against a deck with a bunch of 4/4s, as soon as you've got something that has 2 toughness or higher, you throw a Built to Smash on it. They go for the easy trade to not die to a shock or whatever, and you just come out on top. Yeah. So stuff like that is going to be important. It's really going to be... There's going to be a lot of decisions with when to block, how to block, and why block.
That's a question I ask myself constantly. But truly, watching these red decks here in Gladiator has been such a treat because they don't feel like red decks in other formats. I think sometimes when you just are like, oh, well, I'm out of gas, I guess. I'm just drawing lands. It just, for whatever reason, it just seems that they always have something left in the tank.
A lot of times when it comes to singleton formats, I like to refer to them, it's like cube constructed almost. And you're right. Often red aggressive decks in constructed formats, they're either, hi, I have 40 copies of Lightning Bolt. Nice to meet you. Or they are, check out all these extremely bad cards and these 8 cards that will just give you nightmares, the Embercleaves and the Torbrands. But for this format, and especially for this particular build, it's really the meat and potatoes. It's the Bolt Hounds, the Kargan Intimidators. Those are the ones that take this deck from, round 1 yesterday all the way to the finals.
Yeah, that's interesting. We just don't put bad cards in this because we don't have to, because we have such an immense.
That's such a good message. Pool. Oh, no, we don't do that here. We don't put bad cards in the deck.
Not
put
here.
The right cards in the deck.
Let's take a look at the green deck here that the red deck will be battling against here in the hands of Happy Smurf 49. I mean, if I'm the red player, I gotta admit, I think I'm a little bit scared here. I don't know. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think that Happy Smurf can be slightly comfortable in sort of like I've done this countless times. But they'll still have a little, there's still some jitters. And they should be comfortable because as long as they play, just a little bit defensively, sequence properly, know when to go in, when not to go in, they will be somewhat advantaged, right? Their things are bigger, and not every built to smash is going to mean that there's a giant monkey, looking down at you being like, haha, I killed that. Sometimes it might end up trading, and that's a 2-for-1 and not exactly something the red deck's looking to do. And the way that Happy Smurf is going to achieve that is by having, these gargantuan cards like, Lovestruck Beast is like, why is this a 5/5? Why? Who thought this was okay? Sure, we don't have as many 1/1s in a deck like this, but that's okay. Because this is just going to be one card putting out 2 bodies, with one of those bodies being just far too large. It's uncomfortable, frankly. And if they can get something like that, it'll be a little hard to bulldoze through. But at the same time, like if Happy Smurf is able to draw out the game just a little bit longer and get to just a bit of a comfort zone, boom, Frog Hemoth. There's a Frog Hemoth at your door. They get to start attacking. They get to start gaining just a lot of life. And importantly, trample. This is a big thing. These are big creatures. They got trample. If the red deck tries to get into a bit of a shot for shot scenario, trample is going to change that quite a bit. Those 1/1s that they might throw under the table. That table has a mouth, and that mouth is going to demolish whatever is just kind of standing in their way, looking to soak up a point or 2.
I love this. This is just classic Magic. This is when you learn the game. These are your decks that you play with, mono red versus mono green. At least that's how it was with me. And here we are back at the roots, both of these decks doing the things that their color identities want to do most in the world, on display here in this super cool new format that we call Gladiator. I'm so excited. I brought out my tiny hands for this finals coming up here, the smallest of hands. So let's raise the roof with these tiny hands, everybody. Get your subs in here.
I do want to make a quick point too. Now that you mentioned tiny hands, we saw some mulligans in that last match, and we've seen a couple of them. I want to reiterate, and these decks will show it as well, is that in Gladiator, mulliganing to 5 is not a death sentence.
No,
absolutely not. It's because you have cards that are so punchy. There's a lot of value to them. There's so many dynamics and angles that different cards can operate on that aren't just. And because of that, if you play those cards properly, you really get to stretch out those tiny hands. Tiny hands. Yeah, there we go.
Good.
And it all comes together.
How is he going to connect it? But I had faith that you would, and you did. And you did.
Oh,
High
please
five.
don't point at me.
High
okay,
five.
well, okay.
Come here.
Well,
High
here
five.
you go.
I'm going to just caress your hand with my small hand.
Yeah, all right. Paul, can we censor caress? Don't know if I want that with tiny hands, but I got to give a hand to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hey.
And indeed to these players for making it all the way to the finals. The winner gets
yeah.
$400, which is pretty sweet. This being a free tournament to enter and all. And we've got our finals coming up after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got Mono Red versus Mono Green. Who will take home the trophy? We'll find out in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Great Big Gladiator Games Finals. Oh my gosh, we've got a heck of a match here to showcase, and the Venn diagram has been assembled.
Finally,
Yeah, they
my
kept us
power.
away. on separate planes of existence, but for the commentary and the news desk, they've come together.
No one commentary could handle all that clowning.
This is gonna be very like there's gonna be like maybe 20% of like actual coverage on this game, and like 80% of you and I just like screwing around.
It's Mono Red versus Green. Do we know two people that won't shut up? Yeah.
Yeah, well, and much like the Venn diagram that we've got assembled here, Mono Red Aggro versus Mono Green Stompy. The Venn diagram, of course, meeting in the center with Burning Tree Emissary. Shaking hands on both ends. And yeah, I mean, you talked about it a bunch with Maria. Seems like it's going to be an uphill battle for Mono Red on this one, you think?
A little bit, but honestly, it's imagine you're in Chicago in the 1920s.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second to get into the mind frame.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, I'm there. All right.
Great. Okay. So, and you're like you have cement shoes on. You're about to get pushed into the river and killed, and you're begging for your life, and you're wait, let me. This isn't dignified. Let me go. Let me fight for my life. Let me fight. I'll keep the boots on. I'll keep the cement on my feet, but let's box for it. And the mobster's just like, that's funny. We actually tried to kill somebody else, and they said the exact same thing. So you have these two decks with their feet are just in cement blocks, and they're just swinging haymakers at each other, trying to get something. And nobody's coming out looking gorgeous, but somebody's coming out the winner because it's just an absolute slugfest slobber knocker. It is... This is going to be brutal and
this
good.
This is going to be sweet. Yeah,
it's
I cannot wait. So we're not going to beat around the bush anymore. We have watched so much Magic the Gathering this weekend, and we are about to see the culmination of it right now. Let's go to the grand finals of the Great Big Gladiator Games, and it looks like Dogpool. What do you think? You think either of these aggro decks wants to take the play on this one?
Ben, if I'm the red deck, I love the play. I don't know if I love this hand necessarily, though.
It's so spooky to me because, like, a single mountain makes that great. Meanwhile, on the other side, on Happy Smurf, we've got some pieces of removal. I mean, a Thrashing Bronodon certainly blocks the way, I'd say, pretty well here.
I think Dogpool, I like Dogpool's mulligan here, especially on the play, and they got a great 6 here. Smurf's hand is a little slow.
Mm-hmm.
I worry.
Mean, yeah, I mean, without knowing, I guess, what's going on, Dogpool only really able to kind of use the pieces of burn and doing what I love to see. I personally love the turn 2 late at the stage without the land drop and getting two lands off the top, which is definitely, I think in the early stages, totally fine to see, although now we might be hitting a couple too many lands, but down comes Annex on turn 3, and we're zooming. We're zooming.
One of the strengths of this hand for Smurf, though, is that Thrashy B here has 4 toughness. 4 is a pretty important number. Annex is one of the threats that can just go up to 4 if it needs to, and it can actually deal with Annex. It can blow up Annex as an enchantment.
Yeah. I mean, on top of it all, there's a lot, but it looks like we're going for the block, holding up that lightning bolt and going, nope, we're just going to make ourselves a satyr, this is okay. Oh, and deciding, yeah, we're gonna royal eruption that, not use the one that can go to the face place.
I think it's really important for Dogpool to try and keep the board as clear as possible, because you just got to get Happy Smurf off the mana and the agency to be able to play a big threat and have it fight immediately.
Well,
if they can do
speaking of great draws, here comes Goblin Chain Whirler into the Lightning Bolt, getting rid of Anguirus. And I mean, this is a nice clean board. This is what Dogpool definitely wants to see.
Not bad. One card in hand though, and as we can see, it's only a land. So Dogpool at least has some reach, and the Chain Whirler is pretty gross to attack with. So maybe they can continue to push a bit of damage here. But Happy Smurf at least gets a little bit of cushioning to try and develop. I mean, this Death George, when it hits the table, is at least going to gain some life. And if it can stick around, it's, well, probably going to continue to gain life.
Yeah, we've definitely hit the point now where, it looks like the Thorn Lieutenant's going to come on in and it's going to punch the Goblin. And they're comfortable making this trade, leaving them with a couple of indestructible because of the triple snow mana and Hall Monitor off the top.
Okay, Hall Monitor also making not blocking a little bad, but Thorn Lieutenant thankfully has the M19 wording where it still cares about spells and abilities. So if you try to make it so the Lieutenant can't block, they're getting tokens.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly kind of one of those moments for Mono Red where they're like, I have way more land than I ever wanted to have at this period in the game, and looks like Happy Smurf is happy to see that. Death Gorge Scavenger coming on in, saying, goodbye, Annex, you are going to the bin. I'm going to gain some life. A Lair of the Hydra draw as well could be very, very relevant in this. And, like we're going to see this ambush.
Using this again as an opportunity to try and ambush, and they keep going back to the Thorn Lieutenant. Importantly, for the last turn, if they had the removal as their last card in hand, they'd still come out on top. But this way, they're just saying, like, you don't got it, but if you do, it still feels bad. And this is looking great for Smurf.
Yeah, this is certainly a tough scenario to be in, even with all these various ways to make these creatures unblockable and get on in. Death Gorge Scavenger, I think, feels pretty good attacking and either gaining the life or pumping itself. It has access to both things right now in Dogpool's graveyard, but seems like we're just going to see that all-out attack. No, maybe just the Thorn Lieutenant? What do you think?
I like smashing. I'm at 13. 13's basically like 300 at this point. If I'm playing a green deck like this and my life total is above 5, I might as well be at 20.
Yeah, there's literally nothing to be afraid of right now. I think Happy Smurf is living the dream. And, I mean, hey, what's the worst thing that could happen right now, drawn for Dogpool?
Nobody's died to a red deck after thinking they're safe. Yeah. Surely. Ooh, and Burning Tree Emissary.
Not quite it. Not quite
No. More of a diplomatic play. Just coming in and saying, look, I'm red, this is green, and I'm red-green. We should work together. We're both aggro decks.
We can truly come together on this, but Happy Smurf is just ripping gas.
And the Jade Light Ranger, that's the flag in the ground saying, I'm an aggro deck, but I could also be a mid-range deck.
Yeah. Oh, Garrick's Harbinger. I mean, do you keep this? It's a pretty sick card.
It's good, but I don't know if I necessarily need it, and especially because if we bin the Garrick's Harbinger and the next card is just a land or whatever, cool. My Lair of the Hydra now gets to attack for like a massive amount of damage. I mean, it did before, but yeah, I don't know. I just like slamming and getting as aggressive as possible if I'm Smurf.
Yeah, you're really you're forcing Dogpool, I think, at this point to draw some sort of answer. And with this much beef on the board, it's definitely a hard kind of scenario. I can see. Definitely thought we were going to see Ginger Brute hopping under something and getting eaten as a delicious treat, but Grim Initiate not looking like what Dogpool needs. We're gonna scoop it up and go to game 2.
Yeah, drawing a lot of the cards that look really good when there's a Torbran or a Hellrider or an Embercleave, But importantly, you need that Tor brand, that Hell Rider, that Embercleave, or else you just have a bunch of cheap, just one drop threats.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I mean, that was certainly the scenario where it definitely felt as though Dogpool had the upper hand in the beginning of the game, which I think we kind of expected when it came to the mono red deck here, but then ran into that issue that's, so many of these aggro decks sometimes do, which is just you draw your 5th land, then you draw your 6th land and your 7th land, and starting to fall a little bit behind on going 1 for 1 on cards.
Yeah, Dogpool has a hand that looks like the kind of 7 card hand I would show off to be like, check out how good this deck is. Smurf opting to mulligan. I actually kind of like that. The initial one, having a 1-drop and a 2-drop. I was a big
fan. Yeah. But I mean, this is also really good. Things like the Death Gorge Scavenger, I imagine, very good. That turn 3 Old Growth Knoll. Or Troll seems like could also be a lot of fun, but we're coming out the gate swinging. Skull Scar Mage into Kargard Intimidator.
Yeah, that card is as hard to pronounce as it is to block when you make something a coward. I guess Happy Smurf is looking to try to get a bit of a, again, a slower hand like last time with that mulligan. And but we're seeing just how punishing making those kind of decisions can be. Sometimes you just want to keep that 7, or else you're taking 7.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw Happy Smurf mulling over the idea. Did I want to play the Knoll? Did I want to play the Paradise Druid? I think I might have liked the Paradise Druid play there more because it kind of forces them to sort of rethink how they're going to go through the attacks. But obviously, the toughness, right, is an issue there.
Paradise Druid's really interesting in this matchup in that you could just, if you play it out and keep it untapped, certain fight spells just will happen. Like you can do it with impunity. So maybe they're trying to hold it for later in the game because they have other stuff. Like Smurf has this troll out, but again, the 1-2 punch. Ooh, and the Wizard's Lightning.
This is a lot of damage. Down to 3 and a Slaying Fire in hand for Dogpool. This was mono red aggro. It really feels like operating at peak efficiency. Now, we might see this Death Gorge Scavenger coming on out, and yes, it looks like that's what we're going to see. No way. Going into their own bin and gaining life. Brilliant. Really, really like that play.
George is a very good boy. However, no Frog Hemoth in the terms of life gain. So 5 is not dead, but we have the special ability of seeing the Slaying Fire and the Burning Tree Emissary. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, so this is definitely a lot. Hall Monitor going, you cannot block, Mr. Troll, and then Kargarn going, you also can, I guess going for the pump, right, and then making this a coward, putting them to 1.
All
Deciding,
right. What could have happened is they maybe wanted to use the colored mana off the Hall Monitor. To just prevent something from blocking, and the Burning Tree giving you green-red means that Adamant isn't live for 4 damage off Slaying Fire.
That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
So a little slide back there for Dogpool as George gets to eat twice. Wow.
Yeah, moving up and turning into a 4-3, hitting on in. Dogpool says, yep, that's A-okay. Playing out Paradise Druid as a 2-1 and then a 1-1 for Stonecoil Serpent just so we can get some beef in the way. But I think it's time for the Slaying Fire to come on in.
Yeah, now this is, and there we go. Yeah, just click on your opponent, throw 3 at the dome, and we got a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting for me to see because, especially in the current sets, it feels like we've been getting less and less burn spells that just go to the face. So in a format like Gladiator, which is just with arena cards and whatnot, it's refreshing for me to still see burn able to go to the dome there.
Yeah, where Gladiator is at the point where any additional copies of cards that just go to the dome, non-red players groan. They're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Well, we're gonna see this game 3. We see the cleave over there. Maybe we'll end up. Maybe that'll end up finishing it. The Blade Historian in hand, also pretty cool. And top deck's a Grim Lavamancer, but we're going to go with that Goblin Banneret first.
Grim Lavamancer might be one of the best cards in this format, like absolutely, or one of the most underrated cards. But right now, it's not exactly doing much. And if I'm Dogpool, it's likely your green opponent's going to play something that could just eat the Lavamancer. So at least Banneret lets you attack. And Magda, another just slam dunk card, especially with Embercleave.
Yeah, very interesting one in the way that like you can. It seems like it's such a versatile card with the ability to either kind of be a bit of a mana generation, but also just a decent threat on the board as well. We're gonna see the Soul Scar Mage and the Grim Lavamancer. We're just filling this board up. Here we go.
Yeah, for those that blinked, there was a Deathless Knight that came down and cracked for 4. A little vulnerable against a bunch of shocks, but it managed to untap. So Deathless Knight and Death George just partying it up. They'll take the time they got.
Yeah, it seems like Dogpool totally fine with taking any damage that they want to the face, being like my health total is just kind of a resource really at this point, and choosing to go ahead and fight that Soul Scar Mage into the bin. It goes.
Soul Scar. Oofa doofa.
That's a tough one to lose, I imagine, in this matchup. It really brings kind of some of these bigger threats down, hey?
For sure, yeah. Soul Scar is it just mucks combat math, makes it real grimy, and lets you just get some gas going. But you want to talk gas?
Oh my goodness! Embercleave on the Grim Lavamancer using a treasure with Built to Smash. Holy moly! This Grim Lavamancer, you thought it was a shaman or a spellcaster? No, it was a warrior all along.
God, fun for the whole family. This Leave It to Cleaver, just clocking in 5/5 with the Built to Smash. That's a lot of damage. And now Happy Smurf's going, what?
Wait, hold on. I blinked.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
Man, Embercleave it is so brutal in this, but you really called it, with Built to Smash in the way that it really exemplifies the kind of aggro that Dogpool is playing. It's the I'm gonna go fast, and you blink and suddenly you're gonna be at 5 like Happy Smurf is right now.
Yeah, this is this is far from over too. Although, as far as time goes, we might see this end within a couple of turns, just given how, look, there's an Embercleave on the board, but there are a whole bunch of decision trees that both Happy Smurf and Dogpool can make that will make or break. Every single move right now is integral to the outcome of this match.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Paragon and the Renegade coming on out, holding up 1 mana for that Blossoming Defense. We've seen it actually used more. I feel like over this weekend, we've almost seen Blossoming Defense be more of a Blossoming Offense over the course of a lot of games. But in this one, potentially trying to keep it safe from that Embercleave. We've got a lot of removal over on Dogpool's side, but really only Frostbite being able to be cast right now.
Happy Smurf saw Dogpool subvert the expectations that pump spells can provide with blocking, and said, I want to try that. So maybe they'll try to suit up for a good Blossoming Defense play here.
Yeah, we see the treasure getting generated off of Magda, so leaving Slaying Fire, we only need 1 point of damage.
So I'd like to put, I think you put the Paradise Druid in front of the Lavamancer here, because you know that it's not going to be taken out with a burn spell. If Happy Smurf goes and puts just any of the creatures in front of the Lavamancer here, even with the Blossoming Defense, this could be a little tricky depending on the removal that Dogpool has going on.
So it looks like they're thinking about it, and seems like in the end we're going to end up with Frostbite going on to the Paragon. So the Double Strike is still going to get through, and we're going to see 2 damage sink its teeth. But the Blossoming Defense, and this changes a lot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I see it. You get the Death Toucher off the board, which moving forward might be a little bit more relevant. Because they both these cards have the same power. But this is just a whole bunch of trading. And, Unchained Berserker was a phenomenal card in the quarterfinals. there aren't many white creatures running around here.
No, not in Mono Green Town. And
yeah, still attacks for 3.
Yeah, what seemed like an overwhelming advantage right now for Dogpool, Happy Smurf seems to have played very, very well into a kind of stabilizing a little bit. We still see that Embercleave on the board, and there is still that Slaying Fire in hand, but there's some real beef on the other side.
Yeah, Dogpool has some stuff to work with here, and again, if that Slaying Fire comes down, that puts Smurf at a virtual 1. Both players playing pretty cautious here, not wanting to give anything up. Again, one misstep could just be the entire match and the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Steel Leaf Champion is absolutely what Happy Smurf wanted to see here, and a Vigilance 5/5. There's that mountain. Is there any circumstance? I mean, all right, they're looking at this Embercleave.
This is a bit tricky.
Oh, okay. It's going on to the Berserker, so they're going to be swinging in with 4 double strike. They only need 1 point of damage to make it through. But I guess, and I guess untap, which might not even happen here.
Yeah, the counterattack is very... like that's the real risk, right? Because anytime you're agreeing to attack and using all your mana for that equip, you kind of have to hope this works. Because if it doesn't, I mean, you got 1/1s here, but that Steel Leaf Champion is guaranteed to push 5. So this is a tricky spot for sure.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult. So realistically, it looks like the Kavu, yeah, I agree with that, is definitely going to be the one that they want to get rid of. That trample and the vigilance. So the opponent is going to have to swing out.
Well, getting rid of the Kavu, keeping the champ can just attack with impunity because the other things can't block. And every other creature at least has 2 power. So that'll push through for a total of 7 there, which, I mean, that was a well fought game right there. People, like, every single turn could have been death. It could have been make it or break it. Yeah, every single play.
Absolutely Xaxes on that. Oh,
that's a tough one.
What a turnaround by Happy Smurf. And that is going to take it. Congratulations to Happy Smurf, the winner of the first Great Big Gladiator Games. Congratulations. Woo! Holy moly. What, when it comes to 2 aggro decks kind of bashing heads up against one another, I feel like that was a primo example of what each deck really has to offer in these scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. And also showcasing a lot of the cards, or a lot of the cards you could include that make Gladiator such a great format. Untamed Kavu. Untamed Kavu.
That Dominaria draft chaff.
Just making a player go like, oh god, I have to think about Untamed Kavu. That's all I could ask for. Yeah. And I mean, we had Mono Green Stompy was the most popular deck in the event. But not a huge amount of them got up to the higher ranks in the standings at the end of the Swiss, at the end of day 1. Only one of them got to top 8 with Happy Smurf. And you look at Happy Smurf's list, and there's a lot of really smart calls. There's a lot of interesting flexibility options. Cards like Untamed Kavu that you might ignore. Cards like Territorial Allosaurus that you might ignore. And turns out, when it's make it or break it, those are the kind of cards that gave Happy Smurf the advantage. It's the butt.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, these games where it's going to be, trading 1 for 1 with creatures and pieces of removal and all that kind of jazz, making it towards these late games where both of you are kind of sitting on a pile of mana, these kicker creatures, it really, really, we saw the power of it. I mean, I have no idea how you face down that 5/5 Vigilance Trample and the mono red sort of strategy on that. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I love these aggro matchups because, as far as a whole match itself, you're at 15 minutes or whatever it may be, but you have to dissect like every single turn because, I mean, from our point of view, we only have time to comment on one single thing when each turn had like, well, they could do this and this, but it loses to that. They could do that. And there's just so much that goes into these interactions and for every kind of matchup, and especially ones that, are just total slugfests.
Yeah, well, and I have to say, just like having commentated on a number of the games throughout this weekend, every single player that came onto this showed, I think, a really, really good mastery of the deck that they brought in. These plays were tight, they were fast, there were little to no situations where I was like, I'm surprised they did something like that. This was amazing magic, and realistically really showing how cool this format can be when you get it's. I mean, you can maybe count on one hand the amount of Magic tournaments that you get to a top 8, and almost every single deck is a different archetype.
Yep.
It is absolutely wild to see something like that, and man, what a treat. What an absolute treat.
I gotta tell you, I think back to it. I'll try not to get emotional, no promise. There's a fan blowing in my eyes.
I was proud.
Oh, it's just, I'm gonna cry. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This was great, and a reminder to, I'm sure we're gonna mention it and whatnot, but there is of course a Discord channel and that you can join on in. What an absolute fantastic tournament. Ben, before we hand it back over to Maria at the news desk, is there anything you want to say to everybody out there?
Thank you. That's most of what I can get together without blubbering. Yeah. Thank you.
Man, you're making me tear up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Before you simultaneously watch two Benjamins cry live on Twitch TV, we are going to throw it back to Maria at the news desk. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. This is the commentary desk signing off, and we'll catch you next time.
Oh, thank you so much, Benz. Everybody, give it up for the Benz there in the finals. What a fantastic tournament this has been. And congratulations to Happy Smurf for taking the whole thing down, getting $400, and for everybody here just getting an awesome show of this brand new format. Gladiator, only a year and a half old, and you can see the heart and dedication that the people who care so much about this format put into a tournament like this for you this weekend. It's just been an absolutely fabulous time. So thank you so much for coming along with us. I'm going to say a bunch of thank yous here now. Thank you to Wheeler for being an amazing news desk host and, in fact, helping to invent the format of Gladiator. He's the reason for the season. We've got to thank Ben Almer, Nelson Salahub on our commentary team, Sir Jaeger, Amazonian. They were great all weekend long. Congratulations to the coverage team. Thumbs up. I don't know about you, but we had a great time calling all these matches, watching all these matches. Big thanks to the production team as well, who worked tirelessly to bring you this tournament this weekend. Huge thanks to James Turner, Paul Saunders, Graham Stark, Matt Griffiths, and Effie Jønland for pulling this whole thing together. It was a labor of love and labor. I want to emphasize that it was so much work, and we did it for you. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching. What a great time it was this weekend. Remember, James will be reading all the subs and bits that came in during both days of this tomorrow, Monday, July 26th at 4:30 p.m. Pacific. You're definitely going to want to be there to hear him read all of those subs right on this channel. So crush him with your generosity. Keep them coming in. You still got time here to make James read your name tomorrow. So once again, thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to all the crew behind the scenes, all of our casters, and of course, all of the players for making this such an amazing tournament. And check out that Discord if you're interested now in Gladiator after watching this tournament this weekend. It's a fabulous place. I went over myself. Within a few minutes, people were throwing deck lists at my face. It was great. It is the best place to go to find information on this awesome new format. Well, that is going to do it for us over here at Loading Ready Run and the Great Big Gladiator Games. Here's hoping to see all of you again in the future playing some Gladiator.